there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the Player Launcher and Tactical Camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, Player Launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, Tactical Camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next playzone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The Trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up.
Wake up.
You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaan. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. Dia kagum ketika melihat satu sosok di depannya. Menyadari ada yang memperhatikannya, Master menghampiri pria tersebut. Sejak itu, Master dan pria tersebut terus berlatih bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself. In yourself. Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
Hey there, fellow PUBG mobile players! The skills gameplay of Gearfront massively changed up the strategies of players. For the sake of adding even more variety to the skills, we've added 2 new skills as part of the version 2.4 update. They're the player launcher and tactical camouflage. Some existing skills have also been combined. Let's check them out. First new skill, player launcher. Players can now launch themselves like a ballistic missile for high-speed travel. Move to any location you can think of, no matter if it's the top of a bridge or tower. These spots are great for ambushing enemies, which makes this skill great for large maps like Erangel. Second new skill, tactical camouflage. Players that choose this skill will be able to put on the special camo suit. It greatly improves stealth, and it also boosts the speed of climbing over obstacles. So, no matter if players prefer a stealthy approach, or if they'd rather go in guns blazing, this skill will come in handy. In the new update, Supply Scan and Lucky Backpack will be combined into one. Lucky Backpack also no longer increases carrying capacity. Players can scan for nearby supplies and convert items. Furthermore, Vehicle Airdrop and Playzone Analysis have also been combined. The new updated Vehicle Airdrop skill now has the secondary passive ability to automatically detect the location of the next playzone and airdrop whenever calling for a UAZ. Players will be one step ahead of their enemies in reaching safety. In the new version, players who choose the Black Market skill will not only be able to get a free basic crate 5 minutes into the match, but they'll also be able to purchase and match crates that come complete with a set of gear. By purchasing these high-quality supply crates, players will get access to airdrop quality supplies. The trace skill could originally only mark the position of enemies that were hit by firearms. It now also shows the remaining health of enemies, and can now also be activated via damage from grenades and Molotov cocktails. Lastly, we'll recommend some new skill combinations. Players can use Player Launcher with Lucky Backpack to quickly loot an area, and then move quickly over to high ground to ambush incoming enemies. If it's a map like Erangel, try using Tactical Camouflage with Trace. Take cover in grass with Tactical Camouflage, and make use of Trace to not lose sight of the enemy. Eliminate enemies quicker than ever. Of course, there are plenty other skill combinations to choose from in-game. See what combinations work best for you. Gearfront will be available from February 15th to March 12th, and will be playable on Erangel and Livik. Invite your friends now and explore PUBG Mobile together.
Wake up. Wake up. You are stuck here. You must accept the fact that there's no help but self-help. Come on, fight back. Remember, success is a journey, not a destination. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Now, take them all! To know oneself is to study oneself in action with another person. Always be yourself. Express yourself. Have faith in yourself.
of grand finals, and that's it. This is going to be the sprint for these guys. I hope you guys are more than ready because it's only 3-day sprint. Only one will make it for the Sea League.
Yes, and also not only today is the grand finals, but also we have to say happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to you. Happy birthday to Choo Choo. Happy birthday to you. It's the first day of the grand finals and it's also Choo Choo's birthday.
It's not my first birthday.
Well,
I wish I am 1 year old, but yeah, okay.
Yeah.
Happy 16 for me. Yeah, thanks.
Happy 16 always. Yeah, she asked for a birthday wish earlier on. I refused to give it because I want to save it for the broadcast. Yeah.
Thanks for that. But still talking about our match for today, we're down to 16 teams. Earlier we had 20, and now we also have. I love the trailer for this one just now. It looks so affectionate.
Wow, that's a very interesting word to use. Yeah, so this is the brief encounter lasting affection, the new ultimate set available right now. And just last week and a couple of weeks ago we got the ultimate set, and now we got a new one. See, that's why I told you guys, the previous one, you gotta get it quickly because you don't want to miss out on it. And now we have a new one, so make sure you don't do the same mistake. Get it right now inside the game.
And also, this is your time to shine when we do have the new Royal Pass available for you guys. Not just the Nether Phantom set and the Solar Knight set, which just now we show you, but this can be another one for everyone. If you guys happen to be having that Battle Pass or the Royal Pass, just use it because you can gain so much value just by this Royal Pass alone. Look at how many rewards for you guys as long you play every day.
And make sure when you play, you follow us as well because we want to know where your social medias are at. Do follow us on our fan pages, whether it's in Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore. We're all over social media, on Facebook, on TikTok, on YouTube, and wherever you do any content, make sure you tag our pages as well because we'd like to see what you come up with, especially with those new skins.
Yep, and just flex it away, you know, and our TikTok too. I do know for a fact that so many players love to actually show their gameplay on TikTok. So don't forget to tag us in your social media or in our TikTok. So speaking of our social medias, gonna hop straight into our matches also. But today I think it's gonna be more than usual, right, Cloud?
Yeah.
We have 6 matches instead of 5, right?
Yep, because it's the grand finals, we gotta up the game. So for us, we'll be watching 6 matches, but for the teams, they will be playing obviously 6 matches. As compared to the league, they play 4 matches a day, so it's extra 2 matches a day for them. Man, it's gonna be a marathon.
Yep, but back towards when it comes to overall format, in case you guys didn't actually know what's happening, we had 20 teams earlier, which divided into 5 groups, 4 teams each. Then the teams fought and grind all the way down to the grand finals. We relegated 4 teams out of it, and there's only left with 16 now. But the placement points is still going to be the same, even though we still have only 16 teams there, and only have the top 16 to gather themselves to fight for the prize pool amount of 40,000 USD.
Oh yeah, this is a huge amount that the teams are eyeing. And of course, besides that, the point system, it's new for this season. You guys would have known it by now. But besides all the monetary rewards, there will be a reward as well for that number 1 team from this grand finals. Will move on to the 2023 PMPL Southeast Asia Wildcard. For the Wildcard Spring Finals, will move on to the PUBG Mobile Super League Southeast Asia, and they will compete against the other countries that have their respective PMPLs from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, as well as Vietnam. So keep your eye who will represent the Wildcard teams.
Yep, so far the other region already done for their PMPL. We're gonna update that later. But for a weekly bonus point, this is during the league. So for the league, this is where they drag it into their initial point bonus starting off this today. And you do know for a fact this is going to be a huge advantage for the teams out there who got themselves consistency throughout the entire league, where we do have I think the 16 teams, they're starting off with some initial points coming up from especially West Point Mamba at number 1 spot with 38 points. But this is going to be your participating teams. All the 16 teams available here to play with us today.
Yep, we have West Point Mamba, we have GE, we have Sin, we have PBE, Osja Esports, Yangon Galacticos, Enigma, we have Falcon, we have FOD, we have SKR, BG, G-Lab, we have KE, APG, Flash Vision Esports, as well as Vipers Clan.
Speaking of which, this is this arrangement accordingly from the far left to the right, and then on the second and third and fourth row is going to be the arrangement of them when it comes to the league stages in the past 2 weeks in the total ranking, with West Point Mamba leading with 38 points, Alja at 34, FOD is going to be 32, Thai at KE and GE. Now this is going to be interesting. YG plays himself at 6. We do have Vipers having the least point to start with. Hopefully they have enough point to actually stabilize when it comes to their first day performance, because first day going to start a lot of tone for these teams.
Yeah, and also out of all these teams as well, we only have one team representing the Singaporean region, and that's going to be Flash Vision Esports. But anyway, today's matches, we're going to start off in Sanhok as usual, and because we have 6 maps, we'll be playing a total of 3 Erangels and 2 Mirammars throughout the day. So make sure you stay tuned. Don't go anywhere. Extra matches as compared to the regular one.
Yep, and especially the last Erangel. I love the fact they put the last Erangel map just to boost the last bit of performance for the team in case they couldn't actually catch up in the first few map. Now, speaking of the teams that already got themselves in the PMPL South Asia or the Sea League, from Indonesia, Malaysia, Thailand, Vietnam, they already finished all their respective leagues. If I'm not mistaken, only SEA Wildcard actually do have our playoff, and the others already finish off with only their leagues here. So you do have Boom come up from PMPL Indonesia, Gig Slate for Malaysia, we have Hill Esports come up from Thailand, and DX, the Xaviers come up from Vietnam. So these are the names that's pretty much very familiar with you guys. But for our predictions today, I mean, like West Mamba did start, going to start off. They're starting off with 38 points. So that's going to be straight for me, like where I put it anyways. For GE, on the other hand, they are in the middle bracket. But I've seen that when it comes to sprint, they are pretty good at it. But YG, this is one of the oldest names that we mentioned throughout PUBG Mobile, right? So Cloud, I mean, like for your prediction, I mean, we can drag into our discussion later on. But what are your predictions? And you know what, speaking of Sanhok,
yeah, of course, you got to root for the teams that were a little bit behind, but we'll talk about that a little bit later on as we jump into our first game, Sanhok.
Speaking of Sanhok, I'm surprised none of us actually put in PBE in our prediction.
Yes, very interesting. Yeah, PBE. But maybe they might surprise us. That's what we want to see. We love surprises, right?
But PBE are pretty good when it comes to Sanhok. When it comes to only one certain map, their rotations are quite particular, and there's some sort of play that is a bit more unusual coming up from PBE. But when it comes to rotation, they are way better than the rest of the other teams.
Yeah, I do agree. I think we did talk about this during the league, right? That my personal dark horse team, I wouldn't say dark horse, I think they did pretty well, but they didn't finish on top. It would be PBE. I think if any team were to pop off, it will be definitely them. So yeah, and this will be interesting as well, because they will be playing consistently with the same teams for the next 2 days, 3 days. So in terms of adaptation, it will still be among them. So this will be something very different as compared to the league.
Yeah, that's kind of true. It's going to be a 3-day sprint, so they cannot flunk even a single game. No mistakes can be done here. And back towards the other teams. And speaking of your prediction, you actually haven't elaborated on your prediction as well.
Oh yeah. So as usual, we have this rule of supporting teams on page 2. Obviously, we don't have a page 2 yet, but we base it off of the league. So those teams that I picked is Falcon. We got G-Lab. We got Viper. So yeah. Let's call it the potential anime comeback story.
Is that the only reason why you put them for your prediction there?
Yes, just because I want to see the anime comeback story. And even our observer, you see, like one of the first teams they zoom into his Viper. So you're getting the feeling, you know.
Yeah, at least I got my team here for GE. But speaking of the bottom 3 teams, right? I agree with you that you put it right for the predictions today, because they are the teams that cannot even rest. They are the teams that really have to play catch up. And we're talking about more than half of difference between the 16th place and the first place. And if they want to really pushing out to C League, they have to actually starting off with the right foot when it comes to the first day here. They are the one that actually will lose it all, and a lot at stake for these teams down there. But for West Mamba, they cannot be overconfident as well. Speaking of, they are the #1 spot right now, but there are some teams that didn't play all their trump cards yet. They haven't showed all their strategies unless it's only during the playoff. There are some teams that do a one-shot thing, you know. It's not going to be something that they're going to be showing off during the league. They're just going to show you off during the playoff. We've seen a lot of teams like that in the world stage as well.
Yeah, I mean, I do agree, because during the league, yes, you have bonus points to collect, but sometimes that gap can be caught up with during the grand finals, because obviously you have more games, your opportunity to get more points is there, so you might want to kind of save it up a little bit during the league and keep it for today, the grand finals. So get prepared for surprises, I think. And speaking about surprises, like what we talk about, PBE might be one of those dark horses, right? Despite them doing fairly well in week number 2, overall, they are now number 13. Week 1 wasn't their day, so I would still consider them as one of those dark horses. You kind of think about it.
For me, I never consider them as dark horses due to they used to play in the C League, or back then in the MYPHSG division as well. So, like, if you guys haven't got a clue, PB used to known as KHI. So for me, the real dark horse probably going to be like teams like Game Lab or even Falcon here, that we rarely get to see their gameplay up to a certain international level. But back to sort of Falcon, have a bit of a greeting and the first contact we made with KE. KE is another team that's really interesting for me. They are the teams that when they perform, they are on a steamroll. They are on sort of a high. But when they don't, it's like total slump, total silent, even dragging out through the entire week for KE. Now, it's really important for them to actually set the tone for day number 1 there, because if they cannot make it day number 1, there are chances they will not make it till the day number 3 or the last day of the grand finals itself.
Yeah, I guess what you're pointing out is that the level of consistency. If they start to fall, they just fall all the way. And that's kind of scary for KE as well. But looks like it's kind of scary for Caps, as he will be eliminated, the first one to go out. What I do like about KE though is that they have a slightly different play style, whereby they kind of focus on long range. If you do remember, they like to take those vantage points to try to steal eliminations away. But in the current meta, it seems that a lot of teams like to play a little bit closer, especially with the DBS.
Oh, I mean, when it comes to this map, DBS is everywhere.
Yeah.
Believe me, that's going to happen very soon. YG, the team that I mentioned earlier. Now, Enigma is also another team that we should highlight on. They are one of those teams, right? Same case for KE. Their consistency depends on how they feel like that day. Do they have that mood to actually set things right? For the side of GE, and we mentioned about KE, GE is a team that love to play middle ground or in a middle range sort of shot. They don't really love to play that too far long distance like how KE did. But for GE, I like how they play. It's like they really use breaking their mind to actually support themselves when it comes to their positions to get the best shot possible. They love to play as third party. But back towards the side of KE, now the top always going for high places here, but feels like Bootcamp will have a couple of visitors passing by, but nobody willing to actually snatch this compound away from KE's ends.
Yeah, so if like what we theorize is true, like what we can see here, a couple of players, they like to take vantage points, they like to like play those long range. So that's why if you want to kind of get close to KE, it's going to be a little bit difficult. Maybe what like Austria Esports trying to do right here. But so yeah, you can't just walk in like that because they know how to cover those angles, especially with those long range. GE as well, they seem to be aware, and that's why they're playing on the outside.
And what we saw the players swapping over their rifles and weapons, right? It feels like when it comes to Sanhok, it's compulsory for the players to actually have one DBS in their hands. It's one rifle and one DBS, or one something else like Vector or Thompson, whatever. But it is a must for you to have your secondary weapon as a DBS. So far that we've seen by the players, in case they need it for a rush or they're being ambushed in. But the circle will maybe translate into middle ground. Yeah, there's gonna be Tree Island all inside of it. Now this is gonna be a tough call because it happens to be a hard shift on the left side, upper left. Then the only team that actually might touch the rim is gonna be FVE here.
Yeah. Okay, you did mention about like the 3 islands, right? So this kind of circle is arguably one of the tougher circles inside of Sanhok because you don't know where it's gonna go, and by the time the circle shifts and you happen to not be on that island where the circle is at, you have to swim across. And when you swim across, we know that is one of the worst case scenarios because you cannot defend yourself inside the water. Back in the day, you will automatically get ended if you're in the water. This time there's a second chance whereby you get knocked in the water, but for the most part, people just get eliminated by then.
Do remind us the last day of the league itself. I think that's the most wonkiest circle, the most bizarre circle they actually got when it comes to the open, wide ocean and a lot of people swimming into it as well. But hopefully when it comes to the playoff, no such case will be for these guys because it's going to be really tough. It's like everything that you plan for your future is here. It's down to the playoff for you guys to actually get into the SEA League. And these guys have been invested their whole life, their entire youth, just to be here today.
Oh yeah, there's a lot on the line though, especially with only one slot to move on to PMSL. Not like some other PMPLs like before this, some other like 3 slots, 4 slots and so on and so forth, but this is only that one single slot, so there's a lot on the line, and I'm pretty sure that the players, they want to get this slot because it continues on their season. If not, they'll need to wait for the next season, and that could probably be like 4 months ish.
It's too long. But what's not too long right now is going to be the players that are being knocked out early on. Burmese goal, losing quite a number of men with Ozja taking them on. And Ozja got himself quite a vintage point here, getting himself a prime spot. But at the same time, they are not too reckless, not too hasty regarding their transition to the circle, not to migrate way too early. Still the second phase of it anyways. And they have no clue where will the third circle be. The third circle will be the most important one. Due to we do know where the circle might ended up. If it hard shift, it usually will be in the third circle. On the side of Austria is going to be just upgrading their loot. Well, Burmese goal losing 2 men early on, having 2 on their side. Nigma also losing 1 player. A bit slow for the start here. I think one of the main reasons because the players been playing each other against among themselves for 2 weeks now. Even though it's just 16 teams left, feels like they already marked their own territory. Even though they were in different groups back then.
Yeah, and also let's not forget as well, besides playing like that entire week whereby, speaking about the grouping, they would have changed their drop spots. Now it's only 16 teams, so they'll naturally be in that, probably their fixed drop spot, unless some other teams want to challenge it at some point, and they played scrims too. But looks like, speaking about fights now, we're going to have this one big fight happening onto Viper's Clan newbie. Guess what? Oh, Dragon's gonna come in for the other side. Viper's Clan. The last team in the overall chart's been eliminated first. Oh, there's still Rain though, but 1v2 at least. Yep.
Kind of hard to actually tuck that in for the sort of Vipers. They already got themselves quite far into the blue, so not just that they didn't have enough utilities for them to actually live long enough. I'll be the first one to be out here. I hope they're gonna be a bit more composed when it comes to the next map, because they really needed the points for Gamely. On the other hand, having themselves a good start with 4 points already secured. Just gonna have a bit of a reset. Well, we do have VE going over to a side of PBU, swimming over to a side of a boot camp, but roll caught rank it on the way and rank it straight on the ground. They're still inside of a water swimming. Moxie tried to just scout them out, but we do have KE waiting on the other end. Look how separated KE players are.
Yeah, so the mountain that is just on the southern side of boot camp, that is always like the best gatekeeping area when it comes to this kind of circle, because they can oversee this entire water space, and that means that VE will have a problem to get across. Despite them able to swim across though, let's be careful because PBE is there. And Falcon, yep, took advantage of it from a long range, knocking Moxie. Moxie will get into the water. He might be revived by his teammates, but time is not on their side.
For him to actually swim while being knocked down is a bit more of a risk here. It's going to be slowing down his pace towards his teammate. Back to the side of Chanlong. Now, I love how Chanlong always pick himself up with snipers, and he barely misses as well, but it's just so hard for him to actually scout things out. Because they are in a crate, not really in a vintage point whatsoever for the side of Falcon. They had the gunshot come up from VE, but they couldn't just have their crosshair on top of them right now. They got a couple of structures in between, including the hills. The geography is not on their side. But SKR, Marcus on the ground as well as Enigma QB chasing the tail of Exit. And Exit trying to retaliate. Still got one more knockdown. It feels like Enigma don't have their team comps working right, because it's like they're losing men one by one there.
Yeah, it's gonna be, let's see if Spooky can pull it off. But his teammate has arrived. It's gonna be 2v1, and Exit has nowhere to go, nowhere to exit. Anyway, somewhere else. Game Lab managed to get 5 eliminations already, starting this grand finals hard and fast. Spooky spooked up by whatever happened. He backs out, but Cooper is there to finish up the job.
Oh, Cooper with an AKM, not breaking a sweat there. To the side of Spooky. Enigma. They haven't got a clue where the other teams are, but they heard the gunshot come out from APG as well. APG bleeded out. I think a bit too much focus on the side of Painan. We are talking about how saturated around Painan is right now. PBE, they're being caught up in the process of docking themselves at V, making sure they cannot even make way to the side of bootcamp. The circle hot shift straight into on top of bootcamp. Entire team out, leaving us with 14 teams there, with Michi guarding over those coming up from the British side, which are going to be Team Sin.
Oh, I'm loving KE's position. It's suitable to how their playstyle is, liking those long range, and they still have that advantage for now until the next circle closes. So it does look like they'll be able to farm a good amount of elimination points from that hill on the southern side of bootcamp. Yangu Galacticos on the other hand will be facing out against Game Lab. That is aggressive today, but Yangu Galacticos, they're prepared for it.
YG Loki spot him out. Oh, Scardy. You could have got a clue. Loki was just next to him behind the rocks just now. You couldn't hurt the footsteps either. Now just gonna spray it away. One more team, BG. They're losing men too early on. They have to bow down at 14. We're living with 13 teams into the 8 players. West Point Mumbai, even though they got himself in #1 spot, but only have 1 eliminations by far. The one that we should have our eyes on to is gonna be G Lap. Already secured himself 15 eliminations and trying to go for more. Next target is gonna be YG here.
Oh yeah, YG on the outside of the circle. They have the advantage because the circle is behind them, so if they need to retreat, they can just get in easily. But now move over to KE, the Kings of the Hill, going up against the #1 team, West Point Mumbai, and they're playing this closely, and that is smart by West Point Mumbai because KE they are specialists of long range. So, but if West Point Mumbai is able to bring the fight to them as close as possible, they stand a good chance.
Sean and the rest of KE just securing themselves the elevations first. Get themselves high grounds to work with, while Michi West Point Mumbai, even though you got high grounds, but when it comes to these hills in Sanhok, this is going to be one of the best places that West Point Mumbai chose to be in. It's going to be the slopes of a field, so hard for them to actually see through those bushes. Federalists have to move forward because they are not inside of the circle, just barely make it in. Michi open up the smoke, but will actually spot it out. Sean there. Michi sprayed over, almost clipped entirely on Sean. Is still standing up. Federalists pushing in, but he heard the footsteps right across him as well. It's going to be catch up, but Sorry, it's gonna be not ketchup, it's the top. So Kai and the rest of Team K is still gonna survive for the entire day. But look at how far separated Davan, the IGL, from the rest of the team here.
Wow, I'm interested as well onto Dragon, as well as one member of SKR, Yahiko, on the outside of the circle, taking out the blue right now. KE still with their stronghold position. They just eliminated the number 1 team earlier on. West Point Mamba falls to them. Look at how many eliminations they have now. They have 5 eliminations, pretty decent, but they still maintain a full squad, and they put dominance into their location. But G-Lab, wait a second.
And there's the dark horse we're talking about. But nevertheless, we still have Osja, who got themselves 7 eliminations. Same goes for YG here, making it at 8 right now, getting himself at number 1 spot. Another team out just as we speak. As Enigma Cooper trying to migrate himself in the center. He got caught in between of got Spooky still having his attention towards sort of SKR player, which is going to be Yahiko. Spooky trying to force him out, but he's a bit too late with those sprays. He whiffed in the last minute.
Yeah, DBS, ladies and gentlemen. You can hardly whiff with that. And that one shot just needed to land. It's all gone. But KE, moving from hill to hill, they are just playing high grounds. This is their specialty. Play on those vantage points and they'll be able to do well. One knockdown there shouldn't be a problem for him to be picked up. I'm sure they can reset, but they need to deal with Osja Esports next, the number 1 team on the charts now.
Yeah, Osja still not showing any signs of slowing down. As Boy Sean tried to move towards them, spot out Skyrim from afar. The top want to finish off Deezy, but Deezy is just not making it any easier. K still have 4-man squad, saying goes for GE. But in the meantime, the ones leading off is going to be Osja, but they have 1 man knocked down. I'm not sure if they can revive him from this POV. Joseph spotted out a bit too late with FVE being eliminated. We're down to 6 here, but Joseph and the rest of FFOD, I'm not sure how much longer they want to stay in this very small house.
Yeah, okay. Oh, looks like they still can. In fact, GE has a house of their own, so perfect location. But even better for FOD if you ask me, and they can stop Osja Esports coming in. Astro X will be knocked down. Let's not forget as well, Astro X in the running to be the FMVP. So if he goes out, that will kind of dampen his chances.
At the same time, don't forget about YG Man. It is also on the runs for FMVP. He can actually still do so. At the same time, KE not on 2. Well, the Blues are very close nearby, but at least they got elevation, so nobody can actually pick them out just yet. But I'm not sure how many first aids do they actually have enough to reset themselves. Nosjar Astro Axe, also one of the guys that the top terminators out there for any races, especially the FMVP race. Come on, FOD Nang. You talked about FOD got quite a spot here for them to actually just sit this tightly. They can actually do so. But if the circle hot shift again, they have to make a move. Devon taking on Astro Axe. Devon, who was far apart from the rest of the team, unites once more. Back to the side of FOD. They force 1 player to go out to gain information. But Kaya spot on Astro Axe. And Skynin just gonna take advantage to show him from afar as well. Slowly, KE trying to make way into the center, but it's not an easy task. There are a couple of vegetations and structures in between, but will be enough for them to actually take covers from this.
Let's see how lucky they are with the circle. Of course, they will play a big role, but before that, Kaya had to secure that next elimination point. It's going to be 8 for KE. That means that Osja, they are out with 9 eliminations though, fairly decent. Now the circle seems to shift, and FOD, look at this, Choo-Choo. They still have the circle in the compound.
Yeah, barely actually, just right at the edge of it. So lucky, or maybe just very skillful players to actually predict the circle pattern as well. But John and the rest of FOD, I'm loving how they place 1 player outside just to see what's going on, because this place is so hard to gain any information due to its slopes and sort of in the crate as well where they're standing. But easy, make it easy for him. But he chugged right into the blue zone. No, he could have done it. He could have clutched it for the entire team. He got everyone at bay for the side of KE. We got caught in between as the Blues are shrinking at the same time.
Oh, and KE looked like they wanted to deny themselves, but FOD managed to secure that elimination point before they were able to do so. Now down to the top 4 teams. Marnet's pulling his nade. Loki as well. He sees West. West is in trouble. How long can he pull that? He can't go anywhere.
Loki cooking up the nade, just gonna toss it over to the shack. And Marnet again, this guy. Marnet never knows the end of his sprays. Just making sure he will clutch this for the team as well. Coming up from a different off angle entirely, but we have 3 teams here. Where is FOD? Not taking a spot yet, but GE lying down at 3rd place. I do have YG versus GE and YG versus FOD. Just came in a bit later, but they have to cross the street. And Joseph have no way, nobody to actually save him. None coming in with a bang, and that's it. FOD take away the first chicken dinner in the playoff.
Well, that was fast. That was a fast ending. Wow. I'm really liking the current setup of a Sanhok. This is what happens. You can't play the healing game anymore. Game goes fast at the end. And we get our winner chicken dinner. FOD 5 of danger, securing the first chicken dinner of the grand finals. Well done, 5 of danger.
FOD, we hardly see them in week number 2. They did perform quite brilliantly when it comes to week number 1, but they've been quiet for the second week here. And just barely make it for the playoff. But they're showing us that they have what it takes to actually be the representative for the side of the wildcard region. Now, 5 of danger, can they keep this momentum going on for the entire 3 days? It'll be just a bluff coming up from a very strong first day, but at the same time, having such nervousness coming up from all these teams in day number 1, but they do have the composure. I have to say, FOD, they are back in the game.
Hopefully they're not bluffing us, especially the fans. A lot of high expectations as well. Nung, who's the MVP for this round from FOD with 5 eliminations, 403 damage, meaning that stealing eliminations away is his specialty. But whatever it takes to secure those points. And let's not forget as well, week 1 of the league, FOD was doing really well. It was only when we came to week 2, it was kind of like a different performance for them, but it's still pretty decent. They still managed to collect like 32 points in total for the bonus points. So FOD, I mean, they are considered one of the top teams and potentially challenge for the number 1.
Yeah, especially when West Pemomba have not that much of elimination points, plus they're nowhere to be seen when it comes to the middle of the game itself. But FOD, there's going to be teams to watch when it comes to our playoffs. Then YG, I didn't talk about this team early on. KE and GE, for me, it's like very close combat, and they started off with a tie against GE. And Ozja, the team that we didn't talk enough for today. Now Ozja, it's sort of a building up the momentum. When it comes to the first few days, they're a bit quiet and so on. They're slowly building up. And when it comes to the second week, they're just coming up very strong. But when it comes to most eliminations, you also have to give credit for Game Lab. They are in the bottom 15 in the 13th place as a start, but they really try to put a lot of effort when it comes to the change of pace and change of gameplay for this playoffs.
Oh yeah, we can see that they started off really aggressive. Their first 4 eliminations or even 5 eliminations, they were like within the first 2 circles, but it's just unfortunate that the circle kind of went away for them too far and they had to track a lot, and naturally they'll get caught out. But here are match rankings. FOD with 10 elimination points, of course, with the chicken dinner, 20 points in the bag. But Juju, we got at least 4 teams with double-digit eliminations. Not bad.
Almost 4. Make it 2 right now. 2 teams that got double-digit, but 9 for K and Ozja. Well, we do have 3 teams ended up with 0s, including Falcon and Vipers. Especially Falcon and Vipers, they need off points. If you compare with all the other teams there, they are at the bottom. Especially Vipers, they have to make a comeback here because you don't have that much games as how we used to in the league. They don't have time for late bloomers anymore. And I think some teams realize that they need to have a really strong push, where we saw a lot of teams that didn't have that much sort of aggression in the league, starting off waking up really early this time. But for overall rankings, we have FOD starting off with the chicken dinner in Sanhok for today. But YG, I mean, like, we haven't seen YG this aggressive ever. And this is the first time I'm loving how YG have to offer.
Oh yeah, YG 11 eliminations already, the highest in round number 1. So this is going to be interesting. But yeah, I guess the question is that whether they can maintain consistency or not. This will be the big one. So let's see if they can bring it onto the following rounds, because we have a lot of rounds to play. Besides that as well, not a good start for a couple of teams that didn't get any points at all in round number 1. So something for the teams to revisit as we move on to the next map. Of course, it's going to be very different. It's not going to be Sanhok anymore.
And because of the league itself, the point system is really punishing for the players that didn't have good performance in the league and even the grand finals. It's starting off like everybody used to say, come on, it's still early, it's still like the first match of the day, it's still the first day and the first match. You know what, it will be haunting you till the end of it, because of that first match and the first day you didn't perform well. It will drag throughout the entire finals. In this case, the teams that actually have really tough start when it comes to the league are having a bit of a tough start when it comes to the finals, including like Vipers and not FD got a chicken, and also Falcon just now. This is going to be really painful for them. A lot at stake, as we mentioned early on. I mean, like, everybody wants to get that slot for C League, right? For PMSL. But there's only one slot available. Now, you guys watching at home, don't worry. This is not the C League yet. This is going to be the Wildcard, who will be the one selected towards the side of C League. There's only one spot here, Cloud.
Yes, there is only one. Hashtag be the one. But who will it be? You guys are always the number one. Do follow us. Our fan pages are on Myanmar, Cambodia, Philippines, Malaysia, Singapore, or even the main page. It's all over Facebook, TikTok, YouTube, and so on and so forth. So it's everywhere on social media. You cannot miss PUBG Mobile. The moment you see it, just click follow.
Yeah, you have to follow, because right now we already have all the other teams for the PMSL. So you want to know all the updates regarding who are the other teams, because we only know like what 4 or 5 teams right now for the PMSL. We don't have a clue about who are the other partner teams, right? I mean, like, we do want to know who's going to be playing, but it seems like it's very mysterious right now, Cloud, because we only know like the teams coming from PMPL. There's only 5 of us for now. Who are the other 11 teams? Or maybe if it's like 20 teams in total, who are the others?
Maybe it's...
It's 24 teams in total.
Oh yeah, it's a lot of teams, right? Well, maybe it's a certain color. Maybe it's multiple colors. Maybe it's logos that are just shapes. Well, I won't spoil it for you guys. So you guys wait and see.
Yeah, so you guys have to follow our social media for you guys to know what's going to be the upcoming PMSL. How the tournament format will be still the same. Will be very different. Will be a lot of new skins coming in. So make sure you guys keep in tune for all the social media. Now, just back to the side of Sanhok. I'm surprised PB didn't make it. Maybe one of the main reasons because of the circle as well. But next one we do have Erangel, which is going to be all 16 teams contest and battling out again in Erangel. And it's going to be double Erangel back to back. Now, before this, we sometimes have alternating maps. But when it comes to Erangel, everybody's super comfortable with it. And not just that. When it comes to Erangel, these are the best of the best. I mean, like, if you can be the kings of Erangel, you pretty much can be the kings of the entire tournament.
Yeah, because they are majoritarily played. So we'll be playing 3 Erangels today, tomorrow, and day after. That's going to be 9 Erangels in total. It's a lot of Erangels. And this time again, because there's no group rotation, they'll be playing the same teams over and over again. That means there is a risk of some of the teams, they'll be read out by other teams and they'll be counted upon, they'll be stopped by their rotation. So a lot of consideration to take, not only day by day, but it's probably going to be game by game, especially if you're going to play the same map with the same teams in a row, or maybe 3 times a day. So yeah, it's going to be a different strategy for the teams.
But maybe also we might actually have the outcome of everybody's not willing to move in the early few rounds of circles, due to everybody knows exactly where their drop spots are, because we're down to 16 teams, right? So nobody willing to change or maybe try to clash early on. But maybe we're gonna have that kind of early clashes in the second day. High chances we might have a lot of teams that willing to push it more in the second day, because if they are pushing it in the final day, it's too many at stake, especially the teams up there. But for second day, expect a lot of eliminations. But when it comes to first day here, we're still treading on icy waters, where the players are trying to be extra careful or extra vigilant when it comes to how they approach a certain sort of fight, just to testing out the waters. But back towards when it comes to our prediction I think for me, prediction the entire day is going to be the same anyways.
Yeah, you gotta stay loyal, you know, just like Choo Choo. Yeah, just gonna go West Point Mamba, GE and YG. For me, it's gonna be Vipers Clan, Game Lab, as well as Falcon. Oh, Vipers Clan, the last we saw them in the overall charts, they were at number 16, and Sanhok didn't work out for them. They were the first team to go out. But yeah, like what you said, right? Erangel is arguably the most known map for all the teams. So hopefully Vipers can do that anime comeback moment.
Is it too early for us to say that? I mean, I'm not expecting a lot when it comes to day number 1, because everybody's like, oh, we're gonna put it on hold first. We're playing it very careful, we're extra vigilant, we're extra careful, we're being a bit too cautious. So I'm not surprised if that's going to happen today. But maybe when it comes to first Erangel, where everybody knows this is an OG map, knows everybody started off PUBG Mobile in this map as well, so they know this the most. And we do have a lot of tournaments where we're going to have to play Erangel the most. In this case, even in the World Cup playoffs here, do I have more Erangel than even Mirammar. So speaking of my predictions for today, it's gonna be the same for the entire day. But for Cloud, are you changing every single round?
Ooh, no, I gotta learn some loyalty, you know. If not, I'm always staying single, you know? So that's why I choose to be loyal to my Vipers, Game Lab and Falcon. But then again, we'll see what happens tomorrow. Surprise, surprise. You gotta stay tuned if you want to know what we are gonna predict tomorrow. Oh, we could stay the same. Make a vote.
Maybe we can.
Ooh.
But for West Mamba, G and YG, I'm still going to stick to my principles when it comes to the performance. And West Mamba starting off very slow here today. I'm surprised, because they are the one who usually started off with a bang. But I'm kind of worried for the players. One of the main reasons, because we had quite a long break in between of the league and the playoff. This might cause the player to actually go into slump when they're not having that sort of a drive, where you are motivated, or you're being sort of having those adrenaline rush every single day. So when you stop that momentum and you put a pause on it, this might be some slump for the teams to actually just reheat their engines, right? So I'm worried for West Mamba to start losing their grasp, because Ozja, on the other hand, starting off really strong here today. He got himself quite a number of eliminations. But YG, I'm loving this. I'm hoping they can actually go for PMSL.
Yeah, I mean, YG, they are OG in the scene as well. They always show themselves up in the Southeast Asia League. It's just that they have yet to find success there. But baby steps, right, they say. So if you, right now, their objective is to get that number 1 spot, take it away from some of the really, really top teams, and get their ticket out of PMSL. And this time PMSL, so the dates have already been released, so it's going to be a league plus a grand final in PMSL. There are a lot of days to play, so I'm sure these teams don't want to miss out on that, especially an OG team like YG.
I mean, like for EPG and YG, they are one of the teams that's the longest have been playing for a lot of leagues in the PMPL, right? But they didn't have a shot. Like, they're always at the bottom every single season. So maybe this season, I mean, it would be pretty cool if people from Wildcard, if the players and teams coming from Wildcard can actually for once winning for the PMSL. That's never happened before. Might as well make it as a history at first.
Yes, Wildcard people, come on. Let's start it right now. Let's start it, get the momentum, bring on the PMSL, and let's see what happens from there. Of course, all the best when it reaches there, and let's bring glory to Wildcard in the PMSL. All the Wildcard fans cheering, I can imagine this. And of course, we'll cheer for the next map, Erangel, coming soon. Military Base Circle.
But I can imagine how much people have their heart broken and devastated if that happens from Wildcard to be actually taking the trophy away for PMSL. It's going to be devastating for a lot of fans, but it's going to be a pioneer a first ever, and it's going to be setting a huge history coming up from the start of World Cup. So we're going to wait and see, because how much can they offer us more? Because they need to push more, and this is the right time for these guys to get themselves that slot for PMSL, maybe be the champions as well. Let's head into Erangel.
Erangel it is, ladies and gentlemen, the first Erangel of the grand finals, with this group, of course, the same 16 teams that will be playing throughout 3 days. Let's go. So the flight path is going to start from, I believe this is somewhere from the north. Yeah, so it's going to be from Severny onto Quarry. So the teams would find difficulty dropping straight into Milta Power or Novo. Might need to travel a little bit, but it's okay. The flight path is not that skewed to the side, so you still have some space to play with, to drop into those areas where you can pick up vehicles and just go straight to your drop point.
Yeah, but it's within reach for most of the team, but feels like this sort of flight path we might ended up right on top of that Medusa intersection. Feels like it's gonna be same old sort of common circle, which I mean, like, I cannot dislike the circle. It's not for us to actually choose it, but there are chances it's gonna be there. I don't know why. Whenever I see this sort of flight path, there are chances it's gonna be either right on top of a Gatka Mountains or around the Medusa intersection. I mean, like, beat me. Maybe I'm wrong, but it feels like it's gonna go that way. We're still waiting for the circle to pop. We do have Vipers dropping on right north all the way up to starboard. Oh wow, beats me. It's really a bit different this time. Right on top of a flight path, but if it just moves upwards and north all the way, it's going to be interesting.
Oh yeah, let's go all the way to, not even Severny, like above Severny, but we start off with Ranked. Oh no. Choo-choo, let's remember, PBE didn't have the best of rounds earlier on there, but this first blood, but the first blood was given to West Point Mamba. But look at the gap difference. I think West Point Mamba had not really a big gap, just a slight one on top, but with just one round, FOD shot up and created that 13-point gap with West Point Mamba. They have a lot to catch up on.
And not just that, they have to actually keep pushing up for sort of FOD, because they might be catch up by sort of YG. We're talking about YG have been really aggressive when it comes to day number 1 there, but I'm not sure how much longer to keep it going, because sometimes there are times that they lose their momentum in the first, throughout the days. So I hope that's not the case here. But for West Point Mamba, they're desperate enough to actually get themselves vehicles. They need to find more. Apparently they are segregated into a different sort of a part of the map, just to find themselves a couple of vehicles to work with. Right now the priority will be vehicles for them to actually put their mobility as a first priority. But I mean, how did you land up there?
And somebody got to get their license checked there. So but okay, all right, that's not an opponent, guys. Calm down, people, calm down. I know they're warming up, having a little bit of fun, enjoying themselves. And of course, when you play a tournament, what's most important is that you enjoy yourself. If you enjoy yourself, the gameplay will flow by itself.
Yep, that's kind of true. When it comes to games, it's always about enjoying yourself. And enjoying can actually, I remember this quote coming up from, I forgot who said it, but the best creativity is always when you're happiest. So when you enjoy the game, you can actually perform way better, because you don't have that sort of tension that I need to prove myself. It's always the same sort of concept of mind games, right? The ego, gets in the way. Like, I need to prove my worth. I need to prove myself that I can actually do this. I want to be the star of the show. That kind of conflict with the team when it comes to sort of that mindset, and teamwork won't really exist. And it just crumbles when it comes to the fundamentals of the gameplay itself, when you have that me sort of a person mindset. So when it comes to this standard of game, this sort of a statue of tournament, they really have to put their minds together to work things out. In this case, FOD, rotation wise, they look solid, but can they keep it going? Because it's always like, when ego speaks in the way, you can see the players sort of starting moving solo and trying to push forward alone, and maybe sometimes the team comms didn't work right, or maybe just having a bit of tunnel vision. They cannot afford to make that sort of mistakes to happen here.
Oh, okay, GE, they gotta get away from this. If not, Falcon will surround them. Andrew arrived a little bit late. If only arrived earlier, he was surrounded GE, but this could be a second chance for him. Okay, with M16 tapping it away onto Zai. Zai, looks like nothing landed on him. So lucky Zai indeed.
Lucky Chai. Lucky Chai. I think Chinese Chai is like a boy, right? So it's lucky boy.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, you got that right.
I mean, like for Falcon, we do have not just Andrew, we do have Cloud. It's like your real name, your IGM, both in the same team.
Oh,
what
God.
are the odds, Cloud? I mean, like, you should be the ambassador right now.
Yeah, I mean, you know, guys, Falcon, I'm free right now. You can, you know, give me a call.
You even put them in your predictions. I mean, like, what else?
Man.
That's so obvious.
My cover is blown now. Oh, okay. Hi, ladies and gentlemen. I here represent Falcon Esports.
I expect you to wear New Jersey when it comes to PMS. So.
Ah, man. Yeah.
Hopefully they can make it. I mean, like, but it's a long shot here. Falcon to actually. I mean, like, how many games they need to actually put up with number one spot? I think maybe 4 games, because put in your mind the fact that FOD and YG will still keep on getting those points. Not the teams that actually will be eliminated too early on. But sometimes they do make mistakes, yes, but it's not going to be every single map they didn't gain any points, right? So for the 14 to 16 place, it's going to be tough, but it's not impossible.
Yeah, it's not. I mean, we have seen before, right? Like, teams that didn't do that well in collecting the weekly bonus points. Like, maybe they were somewhere in the middle or at the second half, and then all of a sudden they caught up to like that number 1, something like that, or they ended up in top 3 or something like that. So we have seen that before in other PMPL. So if any team down there were to do it again, well, it will be amazing. I want to see that.
It's kind of a very long shot. A tall order coming up from the teams down there. But it's not impossible, like you mentioned before. But they really need to step the right foot in. We're talking about day number 1 and game number 1. Viper's just having a tough time when it comes to game number 1. Hopefully when it comes to Erangel, it's going to be a different story here. It might actually change things. But FVE, they're the only Singaporean teams coming into the playoffs.
Survived. H2O Singapore, that one and only. Well, besides that as well, right? So the SEA Games is coming up, so there has been some preview or announcement from some of the countries on who will be representing them for SEA Games. Fun fact, PBE, I believe PBE, if I'm not mistaken, the entire squad is representing Philippines. FVE Chewy, because he's Bruneian. If I'm not mistaken, he will be representing Brunei too.
But I'm just gonna say this out loud. I'm a bit disappointed that we don't have Brunei's in the CE League as well, or the PMPL Wildcard C League, because I think they are really good when it comes to their overall performance. But it's just maybe it's not the time yet, you know. But back to the circle, we might actually have Roadhog circle this time. Yeah, there you go. It shrinks right in the center of Roadhog. GE Falcon already right inside of it. We have YG coming up from the Gakka Mountains. FVE as well, chasing the tails of YG. We do have some teams still inside of a blue zone, including Burmese goal. Now, BG had this previous map where they're coming in very late. But I'm not sure is that going to work out right again for them, because it did turn out so well. The last we remember in Sanhok.
Yeah, so maybe they should change, or maybe they were like, okay, we give it a couple of rounds because this is what they've trained, especially during the downtime, and they find that the best, or maybe it's for the long run. I don't know. We got to see the results at the end of the day. It's the results that matter, right? So I think in essence is if, like, for as a viewer or as fans, it's like, oh, they gotta change it. Maybe it's a little bit too early to give it a couple of rounds.
Yeah, but like we mentioned, Cloud, it's gonna be very punishing. These players will be reprimanded if they are not performing since day 1 and match 1. So they have to put it all out there for these guys. And Holy Lanju, we saw them and got himself quite a number of highlights when it comes to the Sea League. But the problem with so many teams we realize in the Wildcard Sea, right? We're going to call it Wildcard League. There's so many teams that actually got themselves that knockdown. So many work being put across just to translate into 1 point, but it didn't actually gain any points by that. It did tally up when you see the damage output and how many eliminations they had. And Sin is one of those teams that always letting the other teams to third partying and steal away all their kills right in front of them.
Yeah, I know, right? So I guess that's why, despite how aggressive we saw Sin playing, especially I remember in week number 1, they were like just sinning against everyone else. But like what you say, right? There's other teams just stealing away from them. So other teams sinning back against them by stealing it. Never steal, guys. It's not good. But other than that, interestingly, as a top team, FOD really took their time to get into the circle. They were taking the blue for a bit, but now it looks like the indicator shows that they are already in, so that's okay. Burmese goals, while those struggling teams playing that really slow rotation this time. I wonder where they are.
So many teams playing it really slow. We're talking about very conservative when it comes to the plays, because 63 players, the only player that actually been knocked down and out in the lobby is going to be PBE. And that one player have to wait so long just to get back into the game again. It's going to be Rankit, because Momboy, Raimon and also Cool still there. So Rankit, the one actually missing all the actions there. And SKR, T14K got himself right on the outskirts, but FVE are lurking around, so they have to cut across if they want to actually get into the circle. They're on top of shooting range as well, but they can actually take a bit of a longer rotations just to get inside of it. But if they want to cut across in a shortcut way, they have to force a fight against FVE. And we do have the circle shrinks even further more. APG coming in very late if you compare with all the others, but where is BG? Now they are coming in very long rotations for BG.
BG, where are they again? Oh, on that top left. Okay, just above shooting range, right. Well, that is really something there by them. No wonder they were tanking the blue. They went like what, from the south to the left all the way up there. Wow, okay, they are really playing their strat. Hopefully they won't be scammed by the circle, because now this circle, there's still like a 40% chance it might go down south and go back onto Rosal.
Yeah. I mean, like, it's gonna be a bummer. The fact they already make such a big turn coming out around hospital, around Gotcom Mountain, just to get where they're at, and suddenly shut down. I mean, that is gonna be really painful at the end. But at least they got themselves quite a loot to work with, because they've been loop hopping whilst all the other teams right in the center of it. They came in late, but it's not that bad if you come in late when you play the outer circle as well, because you have more space to loot up. But back to us, Holy Lanju. Take it on Enigma. Oh, wow, that tap straight on the head, but it's going to be not done yet. Almost clipped down entirely for Sin. Vic might actually pop up smoke just to reset his teammate and himself at the same time. But Caps.
Oh, Caps. Oh. Okay, interestingly, Caps won against the DBS. My goodness, he was using UMP earlier on to win that fight, so that was something. And at that range, DBS, well, we all know it, but he somehow win it with a UMP. Okay, he definitely upgraded itself over the past week with those with that amount of rest time.
Yep. And to swap, I'm like, oh, my rifle's not working, I'll swap it over. Yeah, I'm gonna swap this again. This might actually work, you know, that kind of moments for the side of Caps. He is Caps. When he's locked, his Caps locking all the way. But Guao is the one who's locking him from afar. As Sin taking a bit of a counter fires, trying to gain back. They're lost just now. Vic just going to translate with Caps finished off straight away with 1 point. It's going to be a bit of training to do between these two teams. But we do have a lot of teams hovering around here, so they have to wrap things up fast.
Oh yeah, they got to do it quickly though, because the next player circle will appear in about 10 more seconds, and that's where teams will move again, and that's where they will need to be careful of their surroundings. Now, Flash Vision together with APG just coming into the circle. Flash Vision supposedly gatekeeping it, but behind them there's BG for them to deal with. Now Flash Vision by the edge of the circle, they have BG to deal with, they have APG. Ooh, not looking good for Flash Vision's position if you ask me. Oh, he missed!
Matif.
Did he?
He spotted our VE players. Is waiting for him to actually peek out. He's actually the bait. As Shroud taking up from afar, and Tiff just gonna splat with the finishing touch as well. Now APG, I'm loving how they're playing tag, sort of a tag game here. One person to actually bait everybody out. The rest of them gonna be supporting fires from the back. Have VE now caught sight of the side of APG. But at the same time, look at how many teams come up from the northern side of the circle. We're talking about from 5 to 6 and Vipers visiting with a splat finish of Enigma. Have to be the first one out in the lobby for this round.
West Point Mamba out at number 16. Another, this is very early obviously, but another early elimination for West Point Mamba. Oh my goodness. Okay, it's already 2 rounds here, Choo Choo. They gotta step it up. I'm sure they can't wait for the break.
But at the same time, they tried to. Rain being knocked down from afar right across them. They do have either KE or maybe FVE. I'm not sure which team are actually looking over to his side. But back to his PBE though. One boy. They lost one man too early on, so they're extra careful, extra cautious when it comes to getting themselves in a compound or moving towards a circle. And one boy only got himself Scar L. No first aids. That's going to be really tough for him if he got shot down entirely. But they do have a couple of smokes. Not much when it comes to utilities either. We're talking about one hand grenade for each of the players as well.
Only one? Okay, looks like they focused a little bit more on rotations perhaps, because maybe they were trying to catch the circle. But looks like a couple of knockdowns happening elsewhere. FOD, they're in trouble as well. Only one player left. It does look like there's potential for change in the charts again on who will be number 1.
It's kind of true. As FOD, whoever gets number 1 spot feels like they're losing men early on. Feels like a jinx for them. Allja taking on APG. Nexus power bowing down, kneeling down just to bag for helps of his teammate to actually revive him back up. Kai, G-Lab re-rotate themselves. And G-Lab, I love how their rotations are. They usually are very precise when it comes to certain compound. But it's just their timing to get into the middle ground is a bit difficult, a bit off sometimes. Also, Jadizi taking on another player. It's going to be APG only leaving with one man alive. Dragging the rest of G-Lab. I'm not sure if they want to take this fight or they just want to get into the circle right now, because there's so many smokes being popped up. They heard the footsteps, they heard the gunfires. They know it's going to be more than one team approaching them. But they don't want to be gatekeeper. They have to make a move.
Yeah, not only 15 million smokes being popped. We have like what, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 teams around the same area, and it's very unlikely that they'll still get the circle after this. That also means that they may need to move at about the same time. It's gonna be a disaster in this area of the circle. Of course, as a viewer, I can't wait. Action's gonna come.
Oh, G-Lab. I hate the fact they got this compound, this terrain, this geography earlier than the rest, but they're taking their own sweet time because waiting for the circle to pop again. And now they're way outside of the circle and will be gatekept by teams coming in later, including BG there, who got himself right in front of G-Lab. Sin is just next to them, FV is in the other. We're talking about 4, 5 or maybe even 6 teams just around the northern side. Whoever's not in sight yet, they will be gatekept heavily, and they will have to tip their toes to get themselves into the circle in the first place. Because the moment they just shoot or make any noise right across, there'll be so many teams trying to take advantage of that. Why are they coming towards SKO? Rushing straight at him, just parking next to it. Oh goodness me, it's on the lower ground as well.
Wow, what a big brain move here by Loki, but the name by Loki might hit. And now they're kind of stuck, but Romeo needs to get closer and closer. He's been shot at. Romeo has arrived. 1 sec with a nade of his own. Marcos, how is he going to get out of this? And at the same time, Naughty's been shot down.
Romeo boy, keep trying to pressure them with this hand grenade. Loki might actually do the same thing. The mall is being tossed around. We have one more team, Game Lab. I didn't mention about them earlier. They'll be eliminated early on. Loki just take the reign to us moving forward. He's advancing as a frontliner, but he just have to retreat and pull back for a bit. Got shot down quite in number. Almost shredded his helmet. And Romeo boy, we have to tank it out for Loki. And Marcos trying to do a big play for the team, trying to rush it out. But Marcos, we do know about SKR Marcos. He never fails.
Wow, he stepped up just at the right moment where his team needed him. eliminated his opponent despite they were shot at first. What a play by Marcos, and we're only day number 1. We saw a huge clutch coming in from him.
Oh, that was almost 1v3. The entire lineup coming out from the side of a team couldn't just fight against Marcos. Now PBE taking a fight against Sin. We do have BG will be taken off by the side of Ozja, but right now Ozja tried to flush out the entirety of Burmese goal. They are separated with one going for the flank side, a bit of fourth angle. Renzo will be the play for the team, the playmaker for the team as well. If they actually trying to land a couple of shots, he's going in a bit more closer. It's a bit too risky, but high risk, high reward, they say. He's trying to make a bit of a distraction come out from the back line. Burmese goal, they have to just refocus themselves who to shoot down first, because if not being careful, it might be backstab. Edward already dead. Wait, how? Why?
Oh, if BG don't move, it's only going to be high risk, not high reward for them. But they have the high ground advantage. It's just that they don't know exactly where their opponent is at. Ozja Esports waiting for the right moment at the same time. FOD, the number 1 team, have been eliminated. And it's only number 11 for them. BG still finding their way. They can't see where Ozja Esports is at.
Astroax just have bandages to work with, while the other teams are still fighting. Burmese goal taken on DZ. Skynet have to back out. I don't think Skynet have any health utilities, but Burmese goal this time on a rampage, on the rabbit, just going for more eliminations. Even if they've gotten one couple of members knocked down, but Astroax, no more for Skynet as well. They are at the brink of death. Ozja, this is too much at risk here. They have to actually pull away if they want to live. There's only 2 members left, but they're still forcing it because they cannot get out. The moment they hop onto that vehicle, they'll be sprayed down by the hands of BG.
Ooh, they almost got Astroax. They really need to eliminate Ozja Esports before they can move forward. And plus, they don't have a vehicle. Both of these vehicles blown up. BG, where are they going to go? 10 more seconds before the zone arrives. Astroax will be down. Skynin will be the last man that will gatekeep his opponents, hoping to secure those elimination points at least before he goes out.
Oh, they're just biding their time for the teams outside of the circle. Yeah, we're talking about 3 teams in total. BG main trying to just find whatever he can upgrade himself from the boxes right around him. But for the side of Ozja, I don't see the way they're winning this unless they can upgrade their loot, unless they can just try to gain themselves a couple of boxes. But for BG, they have to make a move. The blue's burning there behind their backs. They don't have time anymore. They push forward to the side of Ozja, and Skynet's bowing out. That's gonna be the last member of Ozja just slipping away down to 8 plays. Even though they got quite a number of eliminations in the last round, but this round didn't favor them as much. GE taking the high grounds, just eyeing out to a side of KE and SKL, being shot down early on. But KE, look at how the commitment coming up from the top. He's even willing to swim over just to secure those eliminations.
Oh yeah, you do whatever it takes at this point, especially if you're KE and you know that your top opponents, all of them have been eliminated. This is their chance to overtake a couple of other teams, but before that they must secure those elimination points. Davine is doing just that. There is one more though that's going to be exit. He could deny himself. Did he deny? Marcos out, and looks like nope. Oh, there's a deny. Exit denied the point.
I'm not gonna give you any point. No.
No.
I'm willing to die just by drowning than just donating my points to the side of KE. That's the case, and that's the statement come from these guys. But back to the side of KE, their next contender is gonna be Falcon and Vipers. Well, Falcon already gatekeep those Vipers. Oh my goodness, do they even have smoke for Vipers? Why didn't they pop any just to get themselves on the high grounds? But at least Deji got himself a Bison to work with. He worked wonderfully with that, and Deji opened up space for the team to be resurrect. But at the same time, we do have D2Y coming out from Cloud as well. Pushing in! No! Deji!
Just was when he was about to pick up his teammate. You don't see many Bisons, I gotta say as well. Gotta point that out too. KE is still alive. Falcon just next to them. The zone will shrink. Zone will close in about 15 seconds. Another DBS gameplay. He knows he's close enough to use the DBS. But no changes back to his car. L. He doesn't want to go forward. Prioritizes his teammate. KE didn't take advantage of that. But Kaya has a nade.
They don't have enough utilities for forcing himself into the fight. So we talk about no smokes coming up from Kaya. And just 2 more nades to go. He needs to just salvage whatever utilities he has, especially coming up from the nades, because the next couple of fights will be right in the center of the circle. But Falcon, at least the smokes will buy them a bit time. Oh, but nade Kaya! That last nade that he gambled and invested on, well worth it. He secures 2 points just from that one last golden nade he used for himself.
Nicely done. It took a while though, but it's worthwhile, of course, with 2 elimination points in the back for them. BG seems to be towering, May going down to Zai. And now we can see there are 2 teams on the top. You need to get into the circle. PBE, one of them is still on the outside. But yes, Monboy as a marker. Monboy, the star man for week number 2, surviving until for a long time on behalf of PBE. And now Amura, how he's gonna get out of this? So no vehicles, open terrain. I think that's pretty much it.
I mean, like, this is Amura. We remember how he just snakes himself and being a ninja all day long. But never mind, we spoke to earlier, and this is going to be it. It's going to be the last of BG when it comes to the first rank of the day. We're down to 3 teams with a 4. GE having the most men to work with. PBE now managed to revive their teammate back on the feet. Got himself 3 players back on the roster. But Master Zai with Mini 14. GE playing at the slopes of the hill instead of the flat ground. They are right in the center, but it's so hard for them to spread due to the slipping hills, so they will actually try to stay as a 4, but being a stack with not much utilities in their hands, a bit of a risky move to do. But look at how Mombo being the front line for the team, just trying to relay back the information where Kaya is for KE.
He's not only Mombo, he's the big boy now, the big brother of his team PBE, always surviving long enough, always being the last man standing, and now instead of being the last man standing, he will lead the team from the front. Try to get as much information as possible, being the marker for his team. But now the circle will move 3, 2, 1, and who will be blessed by the circle? Looks like it's gonna be Monboy.
Even though still just touching barely at the edge of the circle, it's going to be coming up from the side of JE. But KE, the top is at the bottom right now. He's hardly making his move towards the higher grounds or the elevations. Kaya, he does have enough utilities for now, but I'm not sure if he's going to pop any smokes yet. Did he actually have any smoke for Kaya? I don't think these guys have enough utilities in their hands. We're talking about 1 nade for each of the players. They do have level 3 gears. But other than that, nothing to pressure on the other side of the map here. 2 nades on Raimon. Almost shredded his level 1 vest, even dropped his back.
Yeah, that's how much they've used to get into the circle. It was a tough one for PBE. No utilities, pretty much out of utilities by now. But they do get the luck of the circle too, so that's kind of like the trade-off for PBE. However, with the next phase, no circle is going to close entirely. This is where they need to be prepared with their weapons, especially without utilities.
I'm more worried about that level 1 shredded vest. It's just within seconds, it's going to be him have no vest at all. But Cool and the rest of the team do have, I think that's going to be a flash. I'm not sure how flash will work at this range, sort of. But PBE have to bide their time. They're not willing to actually make a move yet. They are almost at the center, but they don't actually have to move forward. It's going to be GE. I mean, like, the next circle will be sort of a while. No more circle for the next one as well. So they don't have that much utilities to just withstand and withhold towards the blue zone damage. So they have to force a fight anyway. GE still playing around the hills. Got shot down by Kaya at first from the flank side. They thought it's going to be right across, but it's wrong. It's going to be on their right side all day long. Kaya tossing another nade just to finish off Zai. But West will actually try to avoid and just move away from wherever they have to put out from the side of KE.
Well, keep an eye on PBE because they are looking at this direction. They could move anytime. They could be the third party, the kingmakers of this round. As KE will be mentioned by the blue, the top has nowhere to go. He'll be out in the open. The top will need to fight against West, but the top goes down. It will not be the top for them. But PBE waiting for the right moment now. They only have GE to deal with.
3v3 between 2 teams here. Those on the high grounds and those playing at the side of the hills. JE Smile still got himself a couple of nades to work with. On the side of PB, they have nothing left And Momboy tried to just play around the corners. Ryan Momboy finished off by small nade within seconds. Momboy and also Cool, if I'm not mistaken, tried to play on different side, but Cool being spotted by Smile. Another nade landed right in the straight of a face of a player. Ichi pushing forward. Momboy has to just muster the courage. 1v1. West going in from the flank. They come in wrong timing, but GE secured the first Erangel chicken of the day.
And that is your prediction, Choo Choo. So you got it right. Yay. That's like a birthday prediction, you know, just to let you have it for today. Genesis Esports is the name.
I mean, like Genesis, they secured 4 men to be alive within the last circle. And I'm surprised how many teams don't have enough utilities in their hands. Is it something wrong? Are they a bit too hasty when it comes to getting into the center of a circle, when it comes to getting into the safe zone? Did they not bide their time to get themselves quite a number of loot before they get into fights there? But Genesis, they know how to salvage their utilities, not overusing their sources, not overusing their resources, and it pays well. They know the time is like, okay, if I don't land this third nade, I'm gonna stop using it because I need to use it when it comes to the last few circles. In the case of PBE, on the other hand, they have nothing to work with, Cloud.
Yeah, PBE ran out utilities. I believe it was okay. So there are two theories that I can think of. So one is because the circle keep going away from them, so for them to enter the circle, they need to use all those utilities. Because remember, the last time we saw like the northern side, or at some point, there were a lot of teams, so you need to fight them, and that's how you use those utilities to go through. That's number one. Number two, if they want to replenish by looting other people's loot box, because of the amount of teams and that kind of terrain, it's a little bit too open, so they could not loot from other opponents that they have eliminated.
Feels impossible because it's just too much. I mean, like, they involved themselves in a couple of team fights early on, and it happens to be not just one team they're fighting against. So it's like a third party coming up as well. And we saw how they lost rank it early on, kind of making them a bit insecure about forcing the fights here, because we do know Rank is one of the players actually go for the front line, always be the entry frag, or always start the one that actually start the fights and open up the space for the team. But when it comes to the throws being used, look how much they use for their smokes.
There you
until
go.
There's none. Until it's none in the last minute. That's why it's most important for them to actually use their smokes.
Yeah, so the numbers don't lie. It's because they needed to fight a lot of teams at that northern part. Hence, they used a lot of utilities to get into the circle. But they second place finish despite no chicken dinner. I would say that is a hard-fought second place. Well deserved for PBE.
Yeah, that's kind of true, especially when they started off with a 3 instead of a 4. But
Yeah.
back to the side of KE. KE is just really tough. I mean, like, this nade was really great from Kai. He landed himself triple nades right on the dot. That was a perfect nade coming out. It was a Kobe, all 3 of them. And it's so hard to see one player to actually pull consecutively 3 nades Kobe at a time. But when it comes to eliminations, the only team got themselves double digit here is going to be GE.
Yeah, true. Only GE double eliminations. But of course, what matters is the total amount of points. We got like 5 teams getting double digit in terms of total points. The previous one was like 4 teams, so I thought it was impressive 4, but now we got 5. So this is great. I mean, teams just stepping it up, and they know the importance of elimination points, hence they are up there. But unfortunately, you can't say the same for FVE as well as YG. No points collected at all this round. Fairly early elimination, but the surprise early elimination, West Point Mamba, only 1. Even in Sanhok, it wasn't that great for them.
This is 2 games in a row for West Point Mamba. I'm not sure if they want to do sort of a comeback game when it comes to second and third day, but this definitely will pull them way down. This is like way down. Then it's starting off with just now with 38 points at number 1 at the start of the day, now pulled down to 6th place. Might actually, if they keep this going, they will be on the second page as a first day here. But I also want to give a bit of a highlight for Falcon. Now, Falcon really stepping up the occasion, speaking of how they're really aggressive in the first few minutes. If they got caught in the between and may finish off a bit too early. But I'm loving how they really try to put a lot at risk here by doing something they are really uncomfortable.
Yeah, Alright, Falcon, they are stepping it up. So with that, they managed to push F down, despite them being on the same point, but because of the going to be the rank points for them, Falcon managed to be on top of FVE, but 2 games, so there's still a lot more games to play. Anything can happen. Like in 2 games, a lot of swaps happens. Like now GE, first it was we started off the day with West Mamba, and then it went to FOGs on top. So yeah, points are not that big yet, so anything can still happen.
Yeah, that's kind of true. But I think I'm not sure if we do have a break after this. Possibly we do. But it's going to be in next map. It's going to be still Erangel. Now, we're still going to have 16 teams. The same 16 teams. You don't have any group anymore. So it's down to if they can have a reset within this short amount of break for the team, especially West Mumbai, it's going to be great.
Yeah, so you're right. We are going in for the break. So we'll see you after this short break.
Starting off our day one in the playoff for the Wildcard C PMPL Spring 2023 with a bang just now. And we're not done yet, we still have more matches to go. Welcome back, ladies and gents, to the PMPL SEA Wildcard in the playoff. Who will get themselves into the PMSL later with me, Choo and Sir Cloud.
Yes, what a banger it was for the first two rounds. West Point Mamba, I think a lot of people to do really well, but they're sliding down. But of course, we have a lot of rounds more to go. It's nice to see like other teams start to catch up. It makes the whole race kind of exciting, right? So can't wait to see what's going to happen next as we go into the second Erangel for today with the same teams.
Now, the bad news we're going to talk about when it comes to back-to-back same map is going to be very similar circle when it comes to the next one. We've seen that before. I mean, like, it's not surprising we might having another Roshok sort of a circle in the next map. Now, if that happens, are we looking over some teams that actually have different sort of rotation? But before that, again, for you guys, we have the Pitopia Design Project, a PDP Seafoam Assassin set. And this is going to be also exclusively during right now. So make sure you guys have the Ninja in the Whale Sharks, the creative masterpiece from PDP, already available for you guys in the game. Make sure you have your hands on it because it's gonna be very limited amount of time. And not just that, look at how vibrant the color is.
I know, right? It's like very predicting to like the next graphic, which is focusing on like yellow and gold, brown. That is really, really vibrant. But of course, why those colors for one? Because it is a classic. The Bruce Lee is here. So have faith in yourself. Believe in the master Bruce Lee. Check it in game right now.
And yeah, and then this is gonna be one of my favorite set, the ultimate set 2 KV1, where we do have the Nether Phantom set and the Solar Knight set available for you guys right now. So this is gonna be an ultimate set. You know for a fact when there's playoff, when there's PMPL, it's gonna be new sets every single time. But this is gonna be one of the most beautiful one I've seen.
And if like something beautiful, but you don't only want one, you want a lot of them, get the new Royal Pass available right now. Buggies, you got a mask, you got a DBS, you got a lot of there and a lot more on our social medias.
And also don't forget, our social medias is where you have the updates when it comes to PMSL in the future. It's going to be one of the most important updates that you guys need to know. Be sure to stay tuned. But when it comes to our Erangel performance in the last one, which is going to be the next Erangel performance, maybe, it's going to be Osjar, JA, FRD, and YG. Now, two teams out of my predictions are here, except for Osjar. Now, Osjar really ramped it up when it comes to the Erangel map here.
Yeah, Osjar, this is their map. Erangel is that 54 points collected and like what 89 elimination for rank points, 89 elimination points. That's a lot. But do look at GE as well. GE, they're known as an aggressive team. The numbers don't lie. Only 2 points before they hit 100 mark for the Erangel map, and it's very realistic for this round. But let's not forget about GE. They are catching up too.
Yeah, but when it comes to the next Erangel, I do agree with the fact that JE and Osjar, this is their map. But when it comes to JE, feels like they're really strong in both Mirammar and Erangel. But West Point Mamba, I mean, like, if you guys happen to be West Point Mamba fans, don't fret because they usually will outperform everybody else when it comes to Mirammar. That's where they perform best here. But for me, I'm still gonna put the same prediction for the entire day because I have a feeling that all three teams, what we talked about early on and after this, a lot of their names will be mentioned after this as well.
Yeah, I think so as well. I have a good feeling for these names too. Falcon, G-Lab, Vipers, Clan, you guys can do it. Good feels all around for you. And of course, because this is going to be the second time around they play Erangel with grouping, the same 16 teams, I'm sure these teams would have reflected upon what they did. They would have refreshed themselves about what they learned, what they studied throughout their break time. So yeah, let's see if anything changes for his team. Who will be the one? Erangel, let's go!
Now let's have a bit of a run when it comes to Erangel. Round number 2. Ding, ding, ding. It's going to be the match starting off based on the flight path more towards the side of the southern part here. Now this is going to be very interesting based off how the circle will fare. Based on the flight path, will be right on top of flight path like we had early on, or maybe it's just going to be Rosot circle again. But the flight path is going to be out of the reach for the players and teams who want to drop themselves in the northern side, like how Vipers drop around Stalber. So I have to have themselves a second drop spot here since the flight path itself is just too far on the south.
Ooh, yeah, especially if we get like a similar circle like earlier on, like the circle goes up north. Then we'll see a lot of teams need to plan their route a little bit more quicker than their usual just to catch up with the northern circle. But it will be interesting to see as well, like teams might drop in the middle, especially for those who like to go to Severny, play around Jogopol, even Yasnaya. They have to drop in somewhere in the middle, maybe around Air Shelter, outside of Pachinki, but don't do outside. Vehicles are not that good. Maybe around the areas of outside of ruins, grab vehicles and grab to their checkpoints and wait for the next circle, of course.
Yeah, I think around school there's a couple of vehicles there as well. I mean, like, it's down to the players where they want to decide to drop. South. I did mention before this the fact that we might have sort of repetitive circle, very similar, very close one, and there's going to be one of those times as well because we had very close sort of except for this, a bit more to the side of the left. In the previous circles also comprises of a lot of shooting range as well. So I'm not surprised there are some teams that try to have sort of different rotation than the last one. Maybe it didn't fare that well for them when it comes to the last map. So they might change when it comes to their navigation into the circle when it comes to the second Rosot circle here.
Yeah, so let's see if anything changes, like what you said, because a similar circle. But I guess one factor as well is the flight path. If the flight path is like kind of nice in the middle, then it's kind of okay, but because it's like down south, so I'm trying to think how. So if teams like to drop in the military base, they would drop first, they would arrive first, so that means that they can loot up faster. But because of the kind of circle, I think we can expect to see like teams from the south like just move faster this time around, because you don't want to be, especially when it comes to those choke points, the bridges to go up north. No, not at like the third, fourth phase circle that you're caught out by other teams. That is just devastating.
At the same time, this kind of flight path plus circle is really challenging for the players. Too much at stake. We're talking about only one team, only one spot, Cloud, to actually get into PMSL. Out of all 20 teams that have been brawling in the league, now down to 16, who have to grind themselves to get that one spot for PMSL.
Yeah, I know, right? It's from 20 teams to 16 teams, and now only one. It's like, oh, the gap so it's huge. It's a big gap. Oh man, it's gonna be hard. And looking at how the performances of this team so far out of the two games that we've seen, it could be anyone's game. Frankly speaking, if Vipers could step it up, point gap is still doable because we have a lot of games more to play. You never know, that comeback story could happen.
Sort of a Cinderella story for them. Hopefully it will be a reality for that Cinderella story, but it's a bit far-fetched, honestly speaking, but still doable. It's not impossible for these guys. Have to wait and see if that's going to happen for now. But the other teams though, I mean, we're talking about, imagine if you are at number 2 slot. I mean, you are second place in the last day in the last round, right? The point difference is 1 point away. That's gonna be devastating to know. And there's only 1 point difference between you and number 1 spot, just to make a difference of how to get and who to get into the PMSL.
Yeah, that is tough. That is tough. That's why every point counts, especially now with that with the points being reduced to a 10. So that means that the increase of points also reduced. So it's like that 1 point or that point increase per placement, that's 1. That means, if you kind of think about it logically, the value of elimination points increased as well because of the value of placement points decreased. Kind of makes sense. So it's just, so because of the value, it's almost the same, meaning that you have to prioritize elimination points to make up the overall value. Okay, yeah. I hope that makes sense.
I agree. I concur. For the fact that, you know what, at this point, like, chicken is just a bonus. We talked about this early on. They have to prioritizing over eliminations for these guys. There's no way to work around it. The only way for you to avoid fights early on, yes, you can actually do that. But like it or not, for these guys, when it comes to the third circle onwards, they have to force fight, regardless how they'll be eliminated too early or not. If they can secure those double eliminations up to the fifth circle and they survive, that's more than enough. As definitely will secure themselves to get into the top chart when it comes to final day. A bit of a flipping of the car coming up from mix of West Point Mamba. Well, I'm not expecting West Point Mamba to perform as much when it comes to Erangel. Honestly speaking, I'll put my expectations pretty low for them in Erangel. It's just sometimes it's up and down, but when it comes to Mirammar, I have really high expectations.
Yeah. Especially for West Point Mamba, who did, I remember during the league, they were like the number one team for Erangel, if I remember clearly. Oh, for Mirammar. Okay.
Yeah,
so for Mirammar,
really
they were
strong
number
in
one.
Mirammar.
Yeah, because
They
are holding the most eliminations in a single chicken dinner for 21 points inside Mirammar. So I maybe that's also kind of like, you know, by the back of their mind, can't wait to play Mirammar next.
But the problem here right now, we do have more Erangel than Mirammar.
Yeah.
So they have to balance things out when it comes to day number 2. They cannot just heavily put their expectations of performance in only Mirammar. We are gonna play. In fact, that Erangel's outnumbering Mirammar. It's gonna be a heavy toll and crushing their dreams to get into the PMSL. So they have to work things through to make sure that Erangel can balance things out. They have to make sure, like, the best case scenario is just getting in the middle bracket. When it comes to Erangel, not going out way too early. Like we mentioned earlier on, they got themselves only 1 elimination points and no rank points. That's really detrimental when it comes to the overall rankings. They're being pulled down so much from first place down to 6th place just within 2 rounds there.
Yeah, just get how much changes has happened just in 2 rounds. So it just tells us, right? But I think, because of Mirammar being a very different map, and we know that some teams are very comfortable in Mirammar as shown in the league, I think it will just continue to change throughout the day. But also Esports looks like a change for them as well. The fact that they gave away their first blood to FVE.
Having a bit of a early rumbles between these two teams, crossing path early on due to the flight path. They have to move forwards or move towards the direction of the north. It's going to be one-way direction for these guys, so a lot of teams will have to clash too early on. For Ozja, on the other hand, straight away put himself on top of a Gatkam mountain, knowing the fact that this mountain will be the best farming points. But it's still not in the center of the circle. The circle shifted all the way to northwest. Like how? How is this happening? And it happens to be a really wonky one because G-Lab is the only one coming out from Zaki. And you look at how far BG is, they might actually be falling off the map here because they're way down in the south.
Wow, first ever Zaki circle, would you say?
Is it gonna be Zaki? I don't think so. Like, really, it's gonna be Jogopo all the way. Feels like it's gonna be Jogopo. I mean, like Zaki, it's gonna be the first ever Zaki with custard here.
Yeah, ever. But unfortunately for Chewy, it's not the first time that he's been knocked. So he's been caught up by YG. But wait, Raul, Arnett, same compound on the left. Okay, 1v1 happening, but Raul seems to be losing it.
Personally, I feel like Marnet do have the upper hand here. It's more experience when it comes to CQC. Marnet hardly with, and Raul down to last tick of health. Only 5% HP left in the hands of Raul, and Ranger also in the same situation. For the entire team of VE, slowly being taken down bit by bit, down to the last player. Ranger got himself quite far apart from the rest of the team. We're trying to give a bit of an aid, a bit of a support fire from afar, but Ranger have to leave.
No.
He have to build this one. It's already on smoke for the vehicle. It's not going to go in. I don't think this is going to work out.
No.
Ranger, he just secure 1 point coming out from Marnet. Managed to secure that vehicle alive. But Raul, is this too much? Jeopardizing coming up from Ranger for the entire team here.
I mean that was insane insane. But they gotta reset quickly as one arrive, but one sec. The only one man versus two, but two of them kind of changes to Micro Uzi to the left, and now both of them are super duper low. One blow or win, and they both will be out. One sec still has a Scar L, decent weapon to fight against the two, but could use some backup though because he doesn't know what's their level of health on the other side.
I do want to know where are the rest of YG, by the way.
Oh,
He is the last member. The other entire team being finished off early on. Now this is going to be that Molly. We're trying to just buy a bit more time for the side of the team fighting against them to actually just revive themselves and heal themselves up. But I'm not sure what happened to YG as we're hopping down to the side of Falcon. D2Y, now 1 second back into this. FVE still roll. They're fighting against a different team at the same time though.
Okay, one gotta be careful there. Alright, that was kind of unnecessary. But at the time, also Esports actually eliminated Ranger from afar. It became Raul versus 1sec 1v1.
That's why I say it's like there's one more team who are fighting them from afar, but I can't see them in the map. But look at this, as 1 second secured those eliminations and got himself an extra point in the bag. It's been a while we've seen everybody use a Micro Uzi, but this is one of those times we actually get to see one. But the circle shifted again, is coming in right across shooting range, right in the sort of in between juggle point and shooting range. But the top will be down on his knees again as Cooper and Enigma coming in for the flush. And it's getting on Kaya. This small shack will not stand the entirety for KE to defending.
Oh yeah, Davan wants the fight still with the Scar L. Needs to reset quickly. Cavalry has arrived, Caps, but Davan has arrived. His health is up. 1v1 against Caps. Can he do it? QB. QB is blocking. The moment Davan steps out, QB will shoot him down. So Davan cannot go out. He must win the such a small shack.
It takes one Molotov to finish off Davan straight away, but they don't have any luck enough for Davan. They're trying to build a small shack, but couldn't actually do it. Play a bit of ring around the rosy with Caps, but Enigma definitely will live for another day with that being revived as well. Spica and Cooper do have the time, but QB have to open up the space by blocking anybody denying the entrance of another team coming on by from the southern part, which is going to be Burmese goal, just chasing the tails of Enigma, but they will be gatekept by GE as well. Look how GE got the elevations there.
Oh, BG had the elevation too, but not in the circle yet. As well, we see the trend, BG, they like to rotate in late. They're okay to tank out the zone, but in this kind of circle, a lot of choke points, it's going to be tough for them. They are still on the outside. As MayW moves towards Smile, Smile might smile away, but Smile just ignoring it still. He is getting away.
Nope.
Oh.
Nope. I don't want to fight you.
Oh.
But BG is like, I don't want to chase you. I miss you, buddy. And keep on going for the side of Amura. He's not giving this one up. But MH secures a knockdown and chill finish off MH. But at the same time, they're walking into the trap for the side of BG. Look at how they've been encircled by the side of JE from the high grounds. Edward trying to find himself an exit to this, but Amura being knocked down from a fight. It's going to be Master Zai with that mini 14. He walks straight into the traps, walking straight into the palm of GE with APG breathing down their necks from behind as well.
Ooh, not only APG, maybe the circle as well. Circle 5 seconds more. But Burmese goes, they wanted to change that 1 point, but they traded back with 2 points. And those 2 points got eliminated. They are players that got elimination points, meaning that they got back. So that's kinda not a good trade, I would say.
Oh, trade or no trade, the circle happens to decide to shift all the way where nobody's actually a lot of teams in it. So whoever's not inside, good luck getting into this. So many gatekeepers waiting them. There's a blue zone not favoring you, burning you off. And Caps is one of those guys. We're just struggling for a vehicle, but at the same time they need to save those first 8, so it's going to be crucial to use it later on, but they don't have that much of a choice here. They don't have the privilege to actually save it too much They have to cut across FOD. In front of them, there's one more team waiting. I think that's going to be GE, right? Waiting on the other side.
Yeah, it's going to be GE. So they have GE on the left, FOD on the right. And now they move. But they move with FOD. FOD, look at the spread. They have a good spread that can cover mass movement. Okay, just waiting for the shots to be fired, I believe. But FOD, maybe they're on the outside of the circle as well. That's why they need to move. And they couldn't execute that against their opponent, Enigma. But Enigma going straight to the middle. Look at the minimap. They're just going in. Kamikaze.
This is just death trap for them. Caps now pushing himself forward, climbing up the small hill there by pushing with the hand grenades. Easy coming out. FOD just gonna build this one. They don't want to be part of this. We look at Burmese goal. The one's gonna be the third party from afar. We do have YG 1 second coming up from the high grounds. A bit too far off, I think around 200 to 300 meters apart. But GE on the other end, they have to get into this. They have to move along the crossfire. The wall zone is there. SKR just going to exchange a bit of utilities, have a bit of a warm greeting amongst them with a nade finish off double players. At the same time, exit, making sure they know how to say goodbye for West Point Mamba.
So Mama only down to the last man, not too sure where he is at. Oh, okay, he's at high ground. Can Mix actually get a revenge here? This will be the question. Because if he goes out, I mean, it's again another difficult round for West Point Mamba. He'll try, of course, he has the circle advantage, try to stop SKR from coming in. But SKR, they have 3 players. Falcon, on the other hand, out.
Mix trying to do whatever he can for the best of the team here. Works so sneakily from behind. And Mix spraying over. He doesn't care if he's a solo player or not right now. He just needs his moment to do a lot of big plays there. It's going to be big brain, big cerebral plays coming from Mix. But he's trying to knock one down. Didn't garner any point from that sort of a spray before. A valiant effort showed. But he has to rest for Mirammar next. That's where West Point Mamba will start to shine. But for now, it's not doing easy for them. Plays himself in the 12th spot with 1 elimination points only. It's going to be a tough one.
West Point Mamba out again. It's 3 rounds in a row. This time number 12 for them. It's really, really devastating for West Point Mamba now. The fans need to power them up now. Depend on the fans giving them energy. But now look at the minimap. We have like 5 teams close with each other. The circle. Move away. Choo choo. Close your eyes. It does. It did. It did move away.
It's definitely devastating for the players. A bit tough challenge here for them. That's why they call it it's a playoff, right? GE now trying to chase the tails of Teeth coming up from APG. Spot him out. Gonna go for a spray. Didn't connect. Lucky enough for Teeth. He's gonna live for another day. It's gonna be him trying to scout any sort of information for the rest of the team here with 3 players still in for their roster. Same goes for JE. They are in the same boat for both of these teams. Who's barely making himself into the circle. They have to think things through. Is it worth it to fight here, to force a fight? Do they have enough utility to save it when they step into the circle as well?
Ooh, yeah, that would be the question, right? Because before this, we saw PB. They didn't have enough. And the circle was far. They had to use a lot of them to try to win. So let's see if these teams manage to save out or manage to loot while they try to get into the circle. Now the team's eyes almost nailed down. That was a close call.
Really too close. A bit too close. Now GE with bandage. Last bandage. And picking up that first aid from his mate as well. Oh, Master's Eye. Breaking his brain here. They try to wreak havoc for the side of GE, making sure everybody will actually have to run from their bullets. But SKR dominating with 5 eliminations. This is what we talked about them in the last few weeks. We haven't seen it for quite a bit coming up from SKR. But APG, they start to make way into the circle as well. They're slowly coming in, but they have to cut across like 2-3 teams at the same time.
Unang! That one nade could rule them all. It's only the last member left. Can he lay out the West? But before that, West is out. So he didn't make sure that elimination point was taken away by SKR from afar. Like, what you say? SKR already 8 elimination points. They are insane this round.
A bit too late for Nang to secure those eliminations. But still, SKR is not showing any sign of slowing as they keep on gunning people down. Yahiko start to move forward first as a frontliner coming in with Exit. They're going to work as a duo pair coming up. T14K.
Oh, here we go.
Coming straight to the side of APG. Did not giving any show. Not showing any mercy at all. Yahiko and SKR are unstoppable as they secure a double-digit elimination. But they might actually made a mistake here as FOD have been watching them from afar.
Oh yeah, 5 of danger. Definitely because they still have full squad, but SKR only down to the last man that's still active. SKR, yes, 3 players for FOD to deal with. It's gonna be tough for them as Yahiko with a smoked up vehicle, he has to abandon ship. 10% of health left, needs to reset quickly, but at the same time, I'd like to say thank you all viewers for watching. Thank you Dafrodin, thank you as our football skills, you guys are amazing. And FOD with a high ground advantage, he has nowhere else to go, Choo.
Nong just gonna gobble it up with his last first aid. Nothing else. Literally empty pockets. We're talking about no smokes, no grenade. You know what? This first aid will actually work. That first aid wonder. But back to a sort of SKR. They are a bit too much in the blues. They're now halfway through. Yahiko will work himself those bandages right now. But FOD coming in. I don't think Yahiko will last another minute here. Feels really dark for his future right now.
Yeah, somebody turn on the light, ladies and gentlemen. Yahiko needs some electricity. But then again, they also need to move. And there's another team waiting for them on the high ground. But before that, you gotta take any point that you can get right now, especially if you're FOD. Yahiko, wait, what? They don't know.
They didn't know.
They don't know. How?
He didn't spot him. Nung, check! Check! No, corner, second! Oh, Yahiko, you sneaky guy. Such a mischievous player. With a UMP. Now you have to move. It's too far from the circle. He needs to stand up either way.
They miss him.
Slowly crouching, crawling, just barely make it in. Spotted all the members of FOD. How can he clutch this? I swear to God, he's now scratching his head. This is too much for him to handle though. But if he can actually clutch this one, it's gonna be one of the best miraculous clutch ever.
Yeah, it's gonna be insane. If that happens, FOD till now they don't know that someone behind him. Of course, he's crawling. It doesn't make a sound. FOD, they're too distracted by Austria Esports in front of them. They could be shot from behind.
FOD still trying to circle whatsoever in front, telling vision about what's in front. 1 second taking down Joseph on the flank side first. Now they still have no clue. Austria is just beneath them. They're right on top of each other right now. FOD managed to actually get out from the view of that one mischievous player coming out from YG. SKR is having one player as well. It's actually SKR, Yahiko, sorry. Renza got sprayed quite a bit there, but managed to break apart from those engagement. But Yahiko still trying to chase John. I mean, like, John, try to smell it, John. There's problem coming in. You have to smell it, Nung, as well.
He's gonna do it. Choo, get it. No, come on. Give us that moment. We wanted the highlight. FOD, that point away.
That's really sneaky coming from Yahiko. A bit too early, but nice effort coming in. That was a very sneaky play. One of the best, sneakiest, creepiest one. But back to us, Nung. Going in for 1 second. YG bowing out at 7th place, leaving us with 6 teams left. Nung coming in and trying to give himself a bit of extra space by popping up the smoke and making sure that he can move forward for the next round of next round of matches. But back about Vipers, we do have another Yahiko 2.0 here. Look at how Spool just slowly coming into the territory.
What's with everyone today? Everyone's just sneaking around. Rage has to get a little points, but not able to land those shots. Nope, no one's dead. That smoke is a distraction. And now we hear the gunshots. Is it landing? Is it Spoogle? That's the one. Spoogle. Now FOD, they have no choice. They have to look behind.
Now, Vipers have to be extra careful about who they want to attract attention to. Easy tried to actually go for the front line, but it's a bit too hard for him to actually leave his post here due to so many players coming from behind. But John got clipped quite a bit as well. PBE is still in the match as well. They have 4 men. Same goes for Vipers. Number seems like on the side, but at the same time, their position is not that sweet yet. It's a bit of a tough rotations they're playing with.
Yeah, not the best, but at least they managed to knock down. They are still playing from somewhere in the middle, by another nade by Racket. That's going to be the nade knockdown by Racket. The third one maybe, as he tosses that other nade. And seems to be in trouble. But now looks like PB. They want to finish up the jump. They want the points. They're going in. Right on. Racket needs to do the business from behind. No, he missed.
Oh god, this is not what we hope it will be for PBE side. It was a straight line. He's going into Lanju and just easy sprays come out from Lanju. Even got himself extra. You know what? You come to me, I get an extra bonus point. That's what Lanju tells us to do. And go up needs help, but Lanju cannot survive from that blue zone. Still Ranked secures seeing Go up for the elimination, but Lanju will be giving his points to the side of the play zone instead. Vipers, nothing to scout for those coming up from the back. Nobody's in the back. Everybody's in the center. And now they have to focus on who are their picks for the poisons.
Yeah, point right as well, ladies and gentlemen. Now we're down to the top 5 teams. Vipers, the only team with a full squad still. And because of the numbers, they seem to stand a good chance. But they play by the circle. Next phase will be shown soon. 20 seconds on the clock. Osja on the other hand, a little bit of a spread for them. We can see how open their front is. FD. Easy is down. And as they say, easy come, easy go. Hopefully it doesn't go that fast.
Still survive, still hanging on that thread of that lifeline, hoping his teammate to actually save him up. But if he happened to be nothing in between to barricade himself, it's going to be tough for his last teammate to revive him. Might actually cause the entire team to go down early on. Renza with an M416 spotted out the airdrop, but I don't think he wants to go for it, just to check if there's anybody taking up the bait here. PBE, Cool and Momboy. Ranked got himself 4 eliminations. The rest of them didn't actually get any. A lot of them heavily giving to a sort of Ranked for all those eliminations, but PBE might actually share a bit of a score with the side of Osja here. Osja on the other hand, Ojas or Osja have 3 players remaining. Got only 1 elimination points by far. I do have GLab again making up in the top 5 here, Club.
Yeah, oh yeah, GLab top 5. Vipers as well, one of the bottom teams top 5. Bottom teams now starting to step up. But then again, playing at this slope, it's very, very difficult. You can hardly get a good angle. And because there are bushes here and there, so it's going to be hard to really see where your opponent is at. It really doesn't, that some of these slopes is like almost like 45 degrees. So you need to adapt to the situation now. But now we can see that John goes down to Swoogle. Movement has started because the blue will pressure onto the teams on the outside.
Everything now finally seems to be unfolding for Vipers. There's no way they can get this one wrong with Spoogle quite far apart, but he got naded down just now by FOD. It's gonna be easy to get him down. Straight swapping over to DBS, question mark, but FOD, they try to keep the boat afloat, but look at the rain of the nades coming from Vipers. Question is, they do have enough for their utilities in the next few circles or next
in
the next few rounds. But here come Renza, still in the way.
Close.
Oh, FOD taking it as well. PBE, what is happening?
Well, look who again is going to be Momboy, but DJ's going to take advantage of that. It's going to be DJ. Did he get the split? Yes, he got it. FOD got eliminated by Vipers. Vipers, super duper confident in this round.
Back towards the side of the G-Lab. Newbie got himself a vintage point. Got a bit of elevation for G-Lab. They always got the positions that they need to, but whether to use it well, it's a different story for the side of G-Lab. Sometimes they're timing a bit off about their movement, about their rotations there. But G-Lab, they got in the center. Skynin just have a bit of a visit for the airdrop. Got himself a bit of a loot. But JJ tried to bait them out with their shots. But they're not taking it for these players. They're just keeping it low.
Oh, well, the moment you say they don't take it, now they do. Momboy been finished off. And that's going to be it for PBE for elimination number 4. Vipers, they're playing at the slope. Just look at this. Because of the slope, it's hard to find where his opponent is at. G-Lab goes in together with Vipers. They want to finish out the
Scotty, Rain. Back to the side of DJ. He almost got smacked down entirely with that vehicle. And Spade trying to actually finish things off with Gillette, but Gillette being heavily surrounded. There's no way they're gonna make it out. Randa slowly crouching towards the side of G-Lab and keep on keeping the pressure on with that hand grenades, and he got himself quite a number of utilities to use still, but G-Lab have to battle down early. Now leaving Vipers versus Ozja. Vipers do have the numbers, but the problem is they don't have enough utilities if you compare with Ozja here.
Vipers, yeah.
Dude, both of them don't.
Yeah, in fact, both. So they're equal right now, but not equal in terms of numbers. Vipers, they still have the man advantage. 3v2. Vipers, if they could do this, my oh my, who knows? But Ranzer, he spots out his opponent's Spade. Spade sees where Ranzer is at, using it as a barricade to blow up vehicle. Ranzer sprays, Ranzer gets it.
Oh, just finish things up. Ranzer have to stand up. The blue burning him back. But now
Wait,
Rain finishing up. Rain! It was in the hands of Ozja just now, and they knocked 2 men down. But Rain make it happen for the Vipers clan. They were the team that at the bottom, they were from 0 to hero right now. What a leap of points when it comes to the overall ranking, with Vipers getting himself chicken and quite a number of eliminations. There's going to be a lot of shifting to do when it comes to the overall rankings later on.
Oh man, Vipers stepping it up. And it's at the man advantage numbers. 3v2, 2 of them went down. The third person stepped at the right timing to finish up their opponents. That was well coordinated by Vipers. Amazing round it was for them. Now, of course, the challenge is they can remain consistent. That will be the next thing to do. Swapping maps after this into Mirammar, but for now, let's rejoice. Vipers clan is in the house.
They are back here to take the win, and they just giving us the statement as big as they can with this chicken dinner, showing how much they prepared for the playoffs. For Vipers, we thought they are one of the quiet teams when it comes to the league, but this time showing him quite loud with this sort of performance. If they keep this going, they actually might have a shot to get themselves in the top 3 within the same day. 4 eliminations by Rain himself. I mean, like, this guy deserved the MVP. If it's not because of him just now, they might actually not getting or securing this chicken dinner in the first place.
Oh, yeah, he is raining onto his opponents. 4 elimination points, 549 damage. That means he's just doing a lot of the work, that dealing those damage, and his teammates probably finish up those whatever that's left. So that's great. 126 is taken as well. Not too shabby. But of course, here are the teams to watch, the top 4 teams as well. But let's not forget the PBE. They had Monboy, last man standing. Still, he managed to secure a few elimination points before he went out.
A lot of blunders in that last map as well. A lot of fail push, as we recalled it. I think it was Holy Lanju who tried to push forward just now in a straight line at that. But you know what? They are hiccups when it comes to the first few matches of the playoffs. It's pretty normal for these guys to adapt themselves. But we saw SKR on the other end. SKR, the team that got themselves double eliminations too early. Way too early.
Yeah, way too early indeed. But
they secured the double eliminations in the 6th circle. That's like really aggressive.
yeah, that's crazy, right? Not gonna lie about that. I mean, teams are really starting to, like, because there's that bonus gap, so maybe that's why it's like, okay, some teams like, okay, let's just do it. We gotta catch the top anyway, so not think too much and just get those points in the bag. SKR, 11 elimination points, but only 1 rank point. Look at how far that brought them in this round.
I mean, like, they're just putting the chicken in the trash. Yeah, they don't need the chicken to actually get themselves those points. Literally, that's what they have to be. They have to keep on going, keep on doing this for the side of SKR, because they are not known for the positions. Yeah, SKR are known back then in week number 1, final few days of week number 1, known for their eliminations, known for their aggressiveness to hunt these teams down. And when it comes to Vipers, they are trying to balance it out for the sort of rank and eliminations due to they get himself elimination last few minutes. But when it comes to over ranking, due to how Vipers got himself quite a number of eliminations and the rank just now, they just push all the teams down on the second page here.
They were like what, number 16, and it just shoot up to number 9 in just one round. Crazy, right? And because of their like 3 teams with the same amount of points, then and that chicken dinner just pushed them up, and that's a tiebreaker naturally. Austria Esports, however, no chicken, no problem. 61 points at the top right now. 1 point different from GE. Not comfortable at all. Gotta keep it up.
I just hope things didn't end just like how they are right now, because at 1 point really gonna be wiping off the smile of the faces of the other 2 teams that actually happen to be a tie with 1 point difference. I mean, like, this is gonna be a neck-to-neck sort of a race for the teams that are on the top 3, right? It's gonna be not that far off when it comes to the gap, even on the first page. It depends on how they're gonna perform in Mirammar next round. We do know for a fact WPM still not having the highlight moment, but we have to give it for the side of SKR and also for Vipers this round. They have been really good if you compare with the last 2 rounds early on.
It's nice to see like teams that we don't really talk about that are stepping up. Even GLab, if you ask me, I think they had some highlight moments too. Yeah. So it's nice to see that. But of course, I'm sure there are a lot of West Point Mamba fans, and they'll be a little bit concerned with their team. But don't be concerned, because you can always follow us for entertainment if you're feeling so.
Yep. I mean, like, we cannot keep on saying this enough, because this is where you got all your updates in case whoever just walks into the live saying, which tournament is this? I mean, you guys have to follow these pages, okay? Just to keep yourself updated. And stop asking these questions like, am I on Earth? A sort of question, you know. But back towards the team, right? I agree with you for the fact about GLA. I did mention about when it comes to their position and rotations, they are one of those teams that can actually read out the map really very, how do I say this, very detailed. Like, they know exactly where the map might ended up, or the circle. But when it comes to technicalities of firepower, feels like they're a bit lacking. When it comes to during critical time to make a judgment call, they're a bit nervous about when they're being pushed back.
But no lacking of firepower for West Point inside of Mirammar. This is clearly their favorite map. Just look at the amount of eliminations, 109. Even the closest team, FOD 87, that's like 22 elimination gap. It's a lot that we're talking about, ladies and gentlemen. So if West Point Mamba, they weren't performing in the last 3 rounds, I think this will be that we will see the best of West Point Mamba.
Yep. I just hope we don't put too much of high expectations, but I would definitely put myself high, because this one of the maps that caused them getting themselves in the high #1 spot almost the entire week. But the downside here, we only have 2 Mirammar for the entire day. If they want to really get at #1 spot and keep it going, they have to make sure this is where they got themselves double-digit eliminations plus that chicken. It must be in their pocket for WPM to actually get in that #1 spot.
Yeah, they have to do it. The next one is a must. Not I don't know. It feels like the bad mojo is stuck with them. If they were to do a comeback, it would be Mirammar. I mean, the stats don't lie, and we have seen that they did really well as well. And all that, they are the highest elimination holder in a single chicken dinner with 20 in one of those days during the league. So everything points towards Mamba. If they don't do it in these 2 maps, I don't know.
Oh man. I mean, like, usually people will say like cold feet for first day maybe, but we don't have that much days to actually play along here. We're talking about the playoffs. This is where only 1 spot available for the guys that actually go for PMSL. So it's a lot at stake here. So like, they have to go for it. For me, it's gonna be the same. You know what? I'm gonna go for the same prediction, because these 3 teams, especially when this map, West Point Mumbai, I do know they have their performance will be racked up, go really good. But GE, I do know for a fact they are quite good in both map, Erangel and Mirammar.
Yeah, I think GE is balanced. They're able to attain elimination points in rest of the map. So I think that they are definitely a good pick in terms of your caster. However, for me, well, Vipers, they got the chicken dinner, so yay! Come on, H2 peeps, you guys can do it.
Yeah.
Looking for GLab and Falcon next. And G-Lab wasn't too bad, just saying.
For me, G-Lab is like a middle bracket team. Like, they have it when it comes to their strategy, but when it comes to execution, that's where they have a bit of a problem. Falcon feel like they are sort of on a roller coaster ride. Sometimes they are really aggressive, sometimes they just nowhere to be seen. Feels like they are another version of SKR in that sense, right?
Yeah, now that you think of, now that you mention it, yeah, they are. Maybe sometimes, you know what, sometimes it's also about like the during the league stages, you swap groups. So it's like every group you need to relearn, like, oh, what team are we playing? Oh, how do they play it and all that. It's like you need to like reset every round. But if you have like more consistent group, like in the grand finals, you only see the same 16 teams, only the changes, at least you would have lesser things to think, and maybe that kind of help Lab to perform.
But at the same time, if you have one particular team that you don't like to fight against, or there seems to be like a kryptonite certain teams, you cannot avoid that fight anymore, because it's going to be there all the time. So in this case, I do want to see the teams actually on the second page try to push it out when it comes to the first day, because everybody's not comfortable when it comes to first day. Yes, they have been playing in the league or whatever, but when it comes to the playoffs, it's a different sort of tension, a different sort of pressure mounting up to these guys. So they have to take advantage of it. If they know that the other teams start to adapt, now they're going to be a bit of disadvantage if they cannot re-adapt back. So this is the best time for the teams that actually on the second page to take advantage of it. We're talking about even here APG. We haven't seen anything from APG by far. Like even Sin, not that much of a play either. I mean, we do see Ozja a bit here and there. AVE did kind of have a glimpse of them on the first map, but then, like, you know, just that.
Yeah, just that. Even that last round, let's see, they crashed into that one compound. They went for a 1v1 fight, and then they were just unlucky because Ozja Esports was shooting from afar. From a 2v1, it became a 1v1, and then the rest was history. We all know that. So that kind of slid them down for the packing order in terms of the overall things. Yeah, I mean, not looking good as well, considering that when they slide down, if you're West Palm, you slide down, you're still somewhere in the middle. It's still easier to come back on top. But if you are and you're from the middle, you slide down, you're on like what, bottom 3, not the place that wants to be at.
I mean, like the teams actually on the middle bracket, especially on the second page, we're talking about 9 place to 16 here. They can afford to even slide down one step behind, because it's going to be already a gap in between them since the start due to the initial points from the league itself. So they cannot afford to make any sort of loopholes and mistakes. They need to tighten up all those loose ends to push forward instead. But it's okay to take it one step at a time, but at the same time, that those one step have to make sure that no one step behind instead of one step forward. You know, you can't afford to make that, because the gap will be even wider. We do know it's already gap since the start. And for the side of West Palm, I mean, like, it's not really a problem for them to actually push forward anytime soon, especially when it comes to Mirammar. But I do want to see teams like APG to just outperform themselves this time, for, you know, for the sake of the old banner, because we've known them for quite a bit, and they have been in the scene for the longest time as well. So this is the time for them to actually shine, at least.
Yeah, and so hopefully, and of course, it's not only about shining to just improve and be somewhere in top 3, top 5. You want to be that number 1, because that will earn you the ticket to PMSL. And in PMSL, your team is able to play for 3 weeks plus the grand finals, a format that was seen before this. That's a lot of games, and naturally, if you are able to play at that kind of big tournament with a lot of exposure, you will get that exposure will equals to better, how should I put it, economy for the team. So yeah, I'm sure the team's so out on that.
I mean, in the end of the day, it's down to the mindset of the players still. I mean, like, if they have the confidence to do it, they can actually pull things off, especially the teams actually on the second page. It will be really tough to get that one slot. I mean, like, you've got 16 teams. Not everybody can get into it, and it's impossible to have all 16 teams into it in the first place. But to actually have that one spot, and even it would be really crazy if the guys actually win PMSL in the first place. I mean, like, it's going to be, I'm really stoked for that. I mean, we never had that before, right?
Yep.
But at this level currently that we're seeing things right now in the first day, I'm going to be harsh a bit here. I don't feel like it's enough yet for them.
Oh, wow, you're being demanding today. Wow.
Yeah, I want to see something more. I want to see something that they are desperate to do it.
Yeah. Show it to Choo Choo, you know, satisfy her. Because it's her birthday today, by the way. Yeah, because it's your birthday. You gotta be satisfied during your birthday. Just saying. Okay, just say it. I see that. You know, you gotta be satisfied with your birthday. You know, don't smile too long. I know what you're thinking.
I mean, like, to use satisfy my need, that sounds a bit, but okay. I mean, like, make me happy would be more than enough. Thanks, guys.
Right.
I mean, like, I do want to see more from the wildcard region, because we've been casting a lot from the games as well for the past few years, but we haven't seen, we do see some improvement, but it doesn't feel like it's very consistent. It's not dominating sort of a performance yet.
Yeah, not yet. But look, yeah, but you're right. During we thought that, okay, maybe West Point Mamba, because they're like super good and they could really challenge if you go into the PMSL stage. But now we see a little bit of inconsistency, but maybe the other teams starting to get more consistent and clinch that #1 spot, and that matters at the end of the day. But after this, it will be West Point Mamba's favorite map, Mirammar. Let's see if they can get back to the top. Let's get into Mirammar right now.
Finally flying into the biggest map of them all, with very dry lands and 90% of land to work with, a lot of space to run onto, hoping the circle won't drop anywhere around outside of the ocean water ratio part. And it's gonna be around Valdemar up to Impala, down south flight path again. We did had Lost Higos circle.
Yeah, that was fun. I remember that, was it H2O or FVE? They got into Lost Eagles, like it was so difficult for, and they managed to get in, but they still got 0 points. That was like insane. I forgot it was either one of those teams. I think it was
feel like it's gonna be H2O.
FVE though.
Is it really?
Yeah, I think so. Yeah, but that was an interesting circle. Get that all the time.
I mean, I got myself a goldfish memory, a very short-term memory. So I'm like, I do remember the circle though. The circle was like 1 in a million circle. We never have that kind of circle ever when we're casting together. I mean, I don't know about you, but I never had one.
And not to my best memory as well. But if it happens again, it's going to be the lucky one. Just look at the spread. They're really confident that, you know, there's no one there. But it's going to be a regular circle. So, yeah.
But it's quite tough still, because the circle. The circle is really contradicting towards the side of a flight path. So the players, most of them will actually take a longer rotations towards the western side, coming up from the north, coming in from the north. That might actually they're trying to avoid as much unnecessary fights as much as they can. But at the same time, if there's a lot of teams actually having the same sort of mindset, they might clash the moment they try to step out from their initial drop spot here.
Okay, super close. I think there's going to be, yep, there you go. So GE is going to do, oh, okay, try on the newbie. That's try #1, but it's going to be Sai. Oh, tapping. Can he get it? Nah, that's a building there, but they're just going to go in for it. Okay.
Why did you sulk? He was sulking over that vehicle. I didn't actually get it firsthand. I mean, like, he should have built it and just, you know what, I couldn't actually land this, just not gonna sulk here and sulk it later on, but I still have to jump over there. It's like, I'm serious. I tried to avoid the splat just now, but it's just too open for him. There's nothing or nowhere he can hide from. I mean, like, impossible.
Yeah, I think he didn't notice the parachute that was coming down. Like, he was just looking at the vehicle, slightly tunnel vision, and when he was like, yeah, I'm about to get it, I can see it, I'm gonna press my get in the vehicle, oops. Yeah, and he got surprised there.
I can do it,
Yeah,
I'm like,
yeah,
taken away. Feels like taking a lollipop from a 5-year-old just now.
Ooh. I mean, that's just
But
sad,
GG,
right?
Yeah, I mean, like, that's really, devastating for the players, because their main mission when they first drop from the flight path is going to be finding vehicles, because it's compulsory to have vehicles in this kind of a big map of Mirammar. But GE, they are hopping over 4 vehicles, so they found themselves I think 3 right now to work with. APG on top of Chumasero, this is where there usually drops anyway, so it's going to be a clear day for them to just loot up. The only team that Lizzie man early on is going to be G-Lab. Now G-Lab, when it comes to Mirammar, this is not their best map. I definitely feel like Erangel, they have more confidence in terms of rotation wise and the gameplay, but when it comes to Mirammar, it's just really difficult for them.
Well, it doesn't help that they are sharing the same points with FVE and 2 points different from Falcon. So if your theory is right, after these 2 rounds they could go number 16. You want to be in just like what West is having right now by being eliminated. GE lost a member early on after getting that point.
I wouldn't mind like the teams actually placing at 16th place, because in the end of the day, there's only going to be one team that going to PMSL, right? But I do want to see the gap is not that far off. We're talking about maybe half. And right now, it's quite healthy to have this sort of a gap between like 30 points in between, which shows that till the end of the day, if this keeps going for until the 3rd day, it's still healthy, because it's within reach, even down to the 16th place, to actually get themselves that number 1 spot. It's still something that they can contest on.
Yeah, and that will also make it exciting, like until the end of the grand. Hopefully until the last game, we're still kept on our toes on who might be the champions. That'll be super duper fun. But it's not fun for Ichi. He's surrounded by KE, people on the other block, one more person just going around trying to get as much information. If Ichi goes down, that means GE is down 2 players. 2 players for the rest of the round. The best is just only to play survival, and they're coming in.
They're very separated for GE. I'm not sure what are their tactics here, but it didn't work out quite right for the side of GE. KE, on the other hand, will circling around GE. I'm not sure how this has been discovered. Yeah, there you go. I don't think anybody can save him right now. Leaving GE with only 2 players, even though they got themselves quite a great start when it comes to day number 1, but looking at them just giving it away like this, a bit sad, really.
Yeah, that's what you get for stealing from other people, you know. You know, like karma hits you back. And obviously not in a good way for GE. Playing as a duo in such a large map, Focus is just going to try to survive this. Like if they were to get elimination points, it would be via stealing away from other people at this point.
I mean, like, I'm not going to go against third-party sort of strategy, because it's always best to actually reserve some resources, and by doing that, you are actually saving a lot of cost for the team as well when it comes to resources to actually being utilized, and that's actually a smart move. But to actually kind of have questionable sort of rotations, how GE is doing, with everybody is about doing their own business and not getting into, as a four. You saw how GE was so separated among themselves just now. I'm not sure what exactly their intentions are by dropping different spots entirely for all 4 players. I'm not sure. We don't even have a clue where are the other 2 for GE. That's what devastating for me, because they already got themselves quite a number of points in day 1.
Yeah, I mean, I hope they don't throw it away, because they're only in fact they're actually the same amount of points as Austria Esports. And if we look at the top right, the gap is just not that far, so it's they will very easily being pushed down if they don't take care of themselves. Like what you said as well, they are super duper spread out. Considering that flight path on the southern side, there will be a lot of teams going to certain compounds, because GE, they focus on getting the vehicles, whereas other teams might focus on dropping into compounds. So that's the risk that they took, coming in a little bit later and focusing on other stuff. But Ranzer got knocked by the zone. This only one. What?
I don't think he found himself
Wait,
I don't think he find himself any vehicle to work with. I think he's too far into the blue zone, trying to get into. It's gonna be YG gatekeeping them, I think. And there you go. It's gonna be Marnet. Marnet barely whiffed when it comes to long distance shot here. They are just 200 meters apart and closing in slowly. YG barely make it to get into the circle as they are way too deep into the blue zone. Same goes for SKR, but only one team will triumph over this sort of battle between these two teams in the blue zone.
SKR as well, running in from behind. So YG has company. Okay, let's see what they're gonna do. For them to really stay and gatekeep. Oh, Choo-Choo, they are doing it. They are willing to sacrifice in the zone for this. Wow.
I'm not sure that's really how it works when it comes to this tournament. Do they have enough to actually... the idea is hoping that if they take up this challenge, SKR might actually have a lot of first aid. They might actually try to snatch it away. But if SKR don't have that much utilities and they are gambling this out, it's not worth it. Loki now coming in as well. Slowly, one by one, YG players taken down by the side of SKR. Marcus bleeding out in the open and in the middle of a war zone. I'm not sure if Yaiko want to actually save his teammates. But it feels like he's negating himself away from the battle, avoiding it. But maybe having second thoughts here, making a bit of a U-turn. Trying to spot Marnet from behind.
Choo-Choo, this is a lose-lose situation. Yahiko gets one onto Romeo, and as they say, Romeo must die. Yeah, we're gonna hear that again and again. But Marcos, okay, managed to be picked up. I don't know. The circle will close again. They'll take a lot of damage. Yahiko only has one first aid. Ooh, it's really risky for these teams.
What's funnier is going to be both teams are actually almost at a tie here. We're talking about their points just a point different, a point shy. Both teams having sort of the same mindset of going into the blue zone, fight it out and force it and commit to it. For the side of SKR, it's actually a good sort of adventure for them since they got themselves quite a number of utilities, first aid to work with, bandages in the first two circles. But back to the side of YG, I don't think they have enough to actually work things through.
Yeah, the last we saw their utilities, not that much. I can't wait to see the next player circle and see how far it is for them. But it's not looking good for YG. SKR and a 4-man squad, and they decided to leave that fight earlier than YG. YG was in fact one that decided like, hey, SKR is coming. Let's U-turn. Let's try to catch them. But now they're being beaten back.
Yep. Falcon coming into from behind as well, like slowly playing at the rim of the circle. Oh, it's barely at the coastline as well. Very slippery hills if they happen to be, making some sort of accidents. Hope that didn't happen. But YG now taking over SKR. They try to gatekeep this, but at the same time, the moment they're not even stabbed in the circle, we're talking about getting out of the blue zone. It'll be PBE gatekeeping them from the other side, denying the entrance entirely with full fire and full force coming in. You do know PBE never stands down from any fight, and that's not something that they're willing to do anyway. It's going to be extra points for them because these guys don't have enough to actually work around. I gotta take a moment to shout out to Matt. He's saying happy birthday, Choo-Choo. Wish you all the best from Indonesia. Hey, you guys awesome. Thank you for the birthday wishes. You guys pretty amazing. I love you guys. But yeah, I mean, like, yeah, it just shows that I'm a year older than yesterday. Thanks.
Yeah, like 15 to 16. Yeah, I get it. Yeah.
Back about the game. G-Lap.
Oh.
Now, West Point Mamba slowly... you know what? This reminds me of West Point Mamba. Their gameplay when it comes to Mirammar, they love to sweep people from behind. They love to bulldoze teams from behind. This is what they're going to do again.
Yeah. Can't wait for them to be activated this round. But before that, it's going to be Game Lab versus GE. Ooh, but GE only has 2 players. For Game Lab, on the other hand, Game Lab is still 3 players, but only Scotty at the front. But look at who's behind Choo-Choo. Mix is watching this.
Oh man. It's gonna be more than one team. Scotty again got naded, chipped quite a bit, taken a lot of damage. Now try to get himself away, and that motorbike will not work when you're trying to actually cross the battlefield in between 3 to 4 teams here. GE Smart is bleeding, actually not really bleeding now. He's actually just trying to use the bandages around, but it's not going to heal him back that fast, but it's actually a first aid. G Lab, how to save Scotty. Dun dun dun. Next mission on.
That sounds like Mission Impossible though. For Falcon, is it going to be possible for them to execute this mission against Burmese Gold? Burmese Gold's coming in from one side. In fact, they are opening up the flanks. They managed to get a knockdown to Aura. It's going to be Edward. Can he get it? But no, Edward loses the fight.
Now, PG is changing fires. Falcon getting a couple of traits. And GE finish off Scotty. It's going to be an extra point with 2 players just around GE. But Chunlone is going to be the Hawkeye watching. He got himself good sight. Oh, Amish! Nowhere to run. He's focusing on the other side. Easy eliminations coming up from Chunlone. He wants to secure that one now, but APG on the other end. Now this is going to be BG ham in between 2 teams here, and the circle happened to shift at the same time.
Ooh, moved away from the compound, Choo. That means the fight will definitely happen. I can feel APG, they want those points. Or are they going to evade it and or are they going to avoid it entirely? Let's see what they're going to do. I think they're just waiting for some fight to happen and move in as a third party to get those points. But the fight needs to happen first.
Yeah, Chunlone's going to do it. He's going to start the first few fights. It's going to be against BG, following up to what he did some damage early on. GE being visited by G Lab here. Definitely will take up the challenge. They don't have a choice. They're being forced to take this fight anyway. With DBS already securing the hands, but a bit too late. I think he thought that was his teammate possibly, because he just put it back. Just stick it in for his DBS just now. He got it prepared at first. A smile. Trying to save Zai a bit too late now, leaving him alone. We do have Vipers exchanging fire as well, but G-Lap leaving with 1 Kai to work things around. A DBS and a couple of grenades. And that's just it.
But YG got eliminated as well, so YG will go down the pecking order as KR overtook them. Now G-Lab, 2 players left, but they're going against 1 from GE. That's smart. Man, if GE goes out right now, Aussie Esports will be happy to take that number 1.
I don't think it's going to FOD taking the number 1 spot. Ozja don't have that much men to work with.
True.
They're playing it very quiet, provided that they're not actually giving us any points just yet. So it just shows that they're playing it as low profile as possible with that 2-man squad. FOD on the other hand, they have gone blazing now, challenging West Point Mama, who got themselves a bit of elevations to do on top of right across this desert. But FOD have to be extra careful. This terrain is really tricky, Raminas Generalis, but they're still committed to it. The smoke's been popped off, but they're not moving forward yet, just to make sure if there's anybody else behind, because KE is breathing down their necks. Now FOD, if they didn't spot out KE, they're just walking themselves into a death trap here.
Yeah, they need the information, but not sure if they have the angles to get them. All 4 of them are behind, but Easy is moving up north. Probably find a different route to get in. Trying to open up the flanks, but West Point Mamba, prime position they have. Just look at that terrain. They have the high ground. They don't need to really worry teams behind them because of how the ground blocks. Mix is going to start it off against Mon from PBE. Tapping it away, Monboy takes damage down to 20% health. But at least he's still okay to reset himself.
Federalis just randomly sprays, marking their territory, just scouting up perimeters, making sure nobody willing to step over the line, giving a bit of a warning shot. It's my place, go away. But Ermas is committed to the fight. FOD now spot out KE. I just hope they didn't just kind of sandwich in between here, because the moment they tunnel their vision to the side of KE, it's going to be West Point Mamba taking the advantage to shoot them from behind. Enigma taking on PBE on a different place entirely on the northwest side, but the circle happens to be encircling some players only, including Vipers. Again, they got himself in the corner of the circle on the eastern side.
Oh, I'm really taking the advantage of West Point Mamba, but now focusing on the fight. PBE against Enigma. And SKR on the other side, chilling. PBE eliminated, no points this round. Oh no.
boy. Back to its Enigma. At least they got themselves a bit of a run for the money for the other teams here, because they actually might push upwards when it comes to the overall ranking. They're on the 9th spot here. Anytime they can actually take over to the top 5. But KE still stuck in the rut. Cannot even move. And the top barely alive here with 2 HP left and down on his knees. Michi spot him out when he's actually begging for the first aid from afar. Ranger being spotted out. Boy Sean spotted that helmet peeking out around the corner. It's going to be around 300 meters apart between them. Kaya will revive the top here. They have the space as FOD pushing forward to the side of West Point Mamba territory.
West Point Mamba, now is the moment. West Point Mamba only 1 elimination point so far. Michi needs to reset. Irmas buying time for his teammates. Shooting from Irmas. It does connect. 2 people left. Irmas, just too much for him to handle.
Michi on the ground, bleeding out. Did not manage to. Might just execute, never mind. Translate into 1 point for the side of FOD, but a bit of trading to do with Mix taking back down to the side of FOD. And they're losing a bit more men there, leaving with only Mix and Federalis. But we do know for a fact that Mix is actually one of the top players for FMVP race. On the other end, we do have at the brink of death and finished off. It's going to be Sin. Just eliminated Osha. We didn't mention about the players and the teams that got themselves in the top 3 just now. Have a bit of a swap. FOD start to climb in the second place. A G-Lab to DBS. Didn't manage to secure with 1 smile. That 1 player of GE left.
Wow, that smoke really helped him. But then again, it took him that long to actually rush in. Okay, that just happened. But now, looks like G-Lab is out with 1 elimination. Coming back to West Point Mamba, only 2 players left. West Point Mamba, can he pull off a clutch here? Federal, let's get himself onto easy. It's gonna be easy for him, he says. But it's not gonna be easy as they're still chasing onto him. Mix is on the lower ground. Can Mix arrive in time?
Bit of bring round the Rosie, and it's gonna be Mix spawning him out. 1 knockdown, leaving only 1 player behind. It's gonna be Federalis to actually clutch this for the team. 1 player left. Federalis managed to reset himself with what Mix had bought him time, but now he needs to go for the rush. If not, it's gonna be really tough. But it's not the wrong guy.
Joseph!
He shot the one.
Joseph
shot the one that being knocked down.
Yeah, he was focused on the one that's currently down. If only he focused on the Joseph. Joseph with that reflex. That was inhuman from Joseph. Gotta give it to him.
Yeah, fast reaction time come from the guy. But what surprises me more is going to be GE Master Smile. Solo-handedly gain points for the team and still survive. Well, he's the only player that actually coming out from the northwest side. The rest of them come out of Minas Generalis, which can be 3 teams there. KE, FOD, as well as, if I'm not mistaken, was it Enigma just now? Or was it a different team?
Yeah, that was Enigma earlier on.
Okay.
Yeah, but let's see now. Can Enigma pull off a chicken dinner? But now at the forefront in terms of elimination points. Already 6, but they still maintain a full squad. Doing pretty good so far. But now, speaking about Enigma doing pretty good, look at their position and the circle. They have it in the back against KE and FOD.
Yeah. KE a bit too hesitant if you ask me, but Cooper spot on Joseph. FOD after 1 fight into another, just walking into another death trap here. FVE taking on fight against APG, which finish off Shroud straight away. We do have another fight coming up on different sort of angle entirely, but we're not done for KE, where nothing really happens here still. Back to the side of KE now. Finally get into APG versus FVE. Ranger quite far apart from these teams. They still managed to shot that one down. APG, they lost Shroud, which is going to be usually front line fragger, but early on, losing him.
Okay, APG. I'm wondering what they're trying to do now. In for it. The kid. Okay. The only one at the front. Okay, 1v2? 1v3? Really? The kid? Wow, that's super duper confident there. But now Atem goes the other side round together with Moxie. Can they do it against APG? They're currently by the rim of the circle. The kid all alone. Such a brave move. Big move here by the kid.
But But at the same time, we do have FOD coming in very closely behind. Same goes for Sen, slowly coming in. So Team have to wrap things up, like it or not. He and the kid have to work things around. But he managed to got a bit of time to just revive power. But Kid have to do so much work here for him to actually manage to revive it. Spotted out Raul. Random spray. Making sure that Raul have to pull back forward. But Kid just giving away his position at the same time. They managed to revive his teammate, yes. But Moy coming in with SKR. Just decimate the entire team of SKR from behind. Leaving with nothing left for them. We're down to 9 teams here. But APG fighting at FVE. This is one of the longest duel finally off.
Yeah, went in all alone, but because they're playing as a trio, it was tough for them to have a 2-2 split. But now FVE, they have control over APG. I believe there's only one player that is still active. Artev is still alive though, so he can still get, but not for long as Raul takes him down.
Oh boy, feels like both are digging their own grave for FVE and also sort of APG here. Try to build this one for Moxie. He's trying to get closer to a side of APG to help his friend to finish things off, because they do know for a fact if they are late, they might not get into the circle safely. Power, who got revived early on, now trying to take another go second round against FVE, but left, right, nowhere to actually focus. Too many of them for APG to secure that point. It's going to be them eliminated next with FVE. Still have all 4 men alive. Not well, but at least alive.
Yep, but now they have the next challenge. But speaking about challenge, Chenlong, the challenge is being all against 2 from Vipers. And yep, that didn't last that long. Falcon out at number 8, 6 station points. Not too shabby this time around at least. But Vipers, playing as a duo, they're still alive. But they're left and right kind of crowded. Now, Smile, wait, this is... Smile is still alive too now?
yeah. I mean, like, this guy has been a miracle. He got some sort of magic under his sleeves. I don't know how he did it, but he's done it. And keeps it going. I mean, he's been clutching a lot of eliminations by himself versus SKR early on, until SKR don't want to fight this one man coming up from GE. But the one that I have my eyes onto is going to be Enigma right now. They already secured 7 eliminations. Still have 4 men alive and well. This might have a bit of an upset for those actually on the first pitch, because Enigma might actually push them down later.
Ooh, but the GE is out. 6 now, we're down to the top 5. FVE, wow, still full squad, 6 points. This could be their comeback round, Juju.
This might be it. FVE as well. If they manage to secure a chicken for this, or even the second place, they might actually start to climb out on the first page. And Nima Cooper taking on Fake for Sen. They are guarding all surrounding them, every angle, every corner possible, by denying the entrance in the first place. But everybody got a bit of a taste of the rim of the circle. But Spoogle just gonna exploit and make this as a barricade, because the fires come out from Enigma is real. But Cooper got knocked down from afar. Spoogle keep it going. They have to revive Cooper to make things work. But Vipers, they are being cornered left, right and center. Spoogle himself have to be extra careful against Chewy. FVE coming out from the flank side.
Okay, here we go. We have 2 teams still in full squad. That's Enigma and FVE. But other than that, Vipers, they're going to lose another player. They don't reset quickly. That is it. It's a confirmation. So Vipers down to the last man. For them to get a chicken dinner backpack, it's going to be super duper tough. But the good news is that at least they're playing not too far circle. But in front of Spoogle, there's 2 teams at least.
Spoogle have to play this quietly. Same goes for Moy. Whoever got himself only 1-man squad, they have to play it very quiet. As the Dinkma coming up from behind, QB coming up from the flank, guarding over to the side of KE and FVE already, where Spoogle might be the bane for the side of FVE here if not being careful. Kaya taken out on Cooper, another knockdown on Cooper again, multiple knockdowns for Cooper himself alone. But Spoogle shredded almost his best. Here comes Moxie. He has to be extra careful, extra vigilant, and spotted out Kaya and the rest of KE. Start to fire upon them, but the thing is, couldn't land the shots due to the terrain. Rangers spot out QB and just finish things off straight away. Slowly, they're losing men for the side of Enigma, even though they got quite a number of elimination now being contested by the side of FVE.
Oh, but I love FVE's position right now. They're in the circle. They are majority, slightly majority side of the circle as well. Only the road. And there's like 2 teams in front of them. And the road separates. FVE, if they can deal with KE, they will be in a really strong position.
That's a big if to that as well. If only they didn't put themselves in a blunder, that's going to be great. But I have to be extra careful with that one player is coming up from a random shots or random angle. Now Chewy, level 1 helmet that almost entirely gone. Haven't spot out Moy just yet, and the Blues are closing in here now. 1 second to go, they have to make a move. And Chewy just wants to see where the circle next. It's going to be the last one, by the way. There's no more circle to be seen. Slowly peeking up their teammates who's being knocked down. For those that actually got himself a bit of a slope over heel, tried to use the terrain as their barricade at the same time. Slowly peeking over. Here comes a shot coming up from Cooper again. Raul spraying over towards Sachon. He didn't whip. That was a beautiful crispy spray. Finish off and eliminate KE at the 4th place.
Alright, FVE pretty much have this in the bag because other teams are on the other side of the road and they're closer to the blue. The blue pressure onto Sen as well as Enigma. FVE just need to hold their ground. They can't drop the ball right now. Cooper being knocked down by Ranger. Ranger wants to secure that elimination point. And Cooper definitely will be out. FVE will secure that next point. That's number 9 for them.
I mean, everything is... Conditions take for the side of FVE. Everything is going right for them. There's no way they cannot finish things off. All they need is to just translate into more points here and not... never mind, they got themselves there at that point. I was saying that if only they can deny the points from FVB, it's going to be a bit of blunder for them. Extra points of that. But I'm not sure how and where FVP will actually land themselves onto when it comes to overall ranking. They were in the 2nd page at first. They were at the bottom, among the bottom of the list. But will it be enough for them to actually push upwards to get themselves in the top 3? Because we saw a lot of exchanging to do even on the first page here, Cloud.
Yeah, it will be a major overhaul, I would say, in terms of the overall rankings. But for that, of course, we celebrate Flash Vision Esports. Rangers still bandana after so many years. That's like his signature thing by now. FVE. This is not only a chicken dinner. This is a chicken dinner with at least 11 eliminations, double digit, probably the highest in this round. FVE, they're not to stick at the bottom. They want to go back up top.
I'm loving this coming up from FVE. I mean, like, they used to be one of the teams that always being so quiet or just having a bit of a mishap between their rotations, but this time every conditions are right for them, and they are not giving or not showing any sort of mercy. They are going with 1,000 over damage. Now, this is one of the teams that always being stolen for the eliminations. 4 eliminations and 1,000 over damage. That didn't actually tally up quite well.
I could have got a lot more from that with that amount of damage. But Bicep here is the MVP for the round. So nice to see him on top. I think this is the first time he shows up as the MVP in a match. So great to see Ranger again. It's been a long time since I've seen him in person. So it's nice to see him coming up on the charts. But the team to watch obviously are top 4 teams. FVE, Enigma, Sin as well as KE. Pretty much around the same amount of travel distance for all of them.
I mean, like, FVE is so deserving to be in the top spot, honestly speaking. It's just that the execution, when it comes to translate those knockdowns into 1 point, that's where things get really tough for them because of how many eyes are watching over to try to steal it away under their noses as well. It's just, they have the potential for FVE. It's just so hard to just finish things off, and finally they made it. And with the 11th elimination, I think they should have gone like 20 eliminations. Might actually secure that if they can get those knockdowns to translate into elimination points.
Yeah, I know, right? It's stolen by Enigma because they got like 10. So, yeah, it goes up there. It goes up there. But you know what, Choo Choo? I kind of worry for West Point Mamba again and now with very little return. And it's supposed to be their favorite map, but only 2 points. I think they would move into page 2.
Feels really tough for them right now. I'm not sure what is happening on the other side of West Point Mamba. Now, by the end of today, if this keeps on going, they have to just sit down and revise and reassess about the situation, about having another go on the second day here. Because if they keep this as it is, I don't think it's going to work quite right for them. Despite they got themselves the advantage of the initial points here, feels like they are... It feels like they take it for granted by now because it's like they're not gaining. I think they gained less than 10 points within 4 rounds of map.
I mean, West Point Mamba, it's very unusual to see them like on the second page. And top of that, Chuchu, no rank points so far for West Point Mamba. It's insane, it's mind-blowing that a team that dominated the league, what happened to them? Like, after 1 week, it feels like we are watching a different team.
Yeah, this happens to them when it comes to the second week, first week. First they were taking the lead, and then halfway through they are a bit in a slump, and now you just slump all the way. I don't know what happened. But for the other teams though, we're talking about the exchange of a first page. It feels like it's everybody's game still. Feels like even at VE, those on the second page actually do have a shot to take away that number 1 spot, because put yourself in the idea that it's no matter how much you got yourself in the top 3, it doesn't matter unless you got yourself at number 1 spot, because everything is just on towards that number 1 spot.
Yes, only one slot to PMSL, so it's all down to that. And it's also very, very tight on top as well. Like we saw GE, FOD, KE, Austria East order with 60 each points, and even like after that, the point gap isn't big, less than 10 points. So looking at, if you get a chicken dinner, you get like almost 20. That means the swap could still happen. Like a lot of swap could happen. So yeah. But anyway, before we talk a little bit more about swaps, you're going to take a little bit of a break, ladies and gentlemen. After this, we're going to see Mirammar round number 2. So do not go anywhere, and let's see if West Point Mamba can actually come back to this in the next round.
Pria itu sangat lelah. Malam itu, dia terjaga sepanjang malam dan memikirkan apa yang harus dia lakukan untuk mengembalikan kepercayaannya. Perlahan, samar pria itu mendengar suara seperti ada yang sedang melakukan bela diri. bersama-sama. Seperti yang pernah dikatakan oleh Master Bruce Lee.
Remember, success is a journey. Have faith in your ability. You will do just fine. Always be yourself. Express yourself.
In yourself. Tiba-tiba 4 musuh datang dan menyerang mereka.
And we are back and more games to go, with leaving only one map of Erangel and Mirammar for our first day in the grand finals, or the finals of the PMPL Wildcard South Asia Spring 2023. I'm Chuchin, this is going to be Sek, that will be your casters for today. And speaking of the previous, Mirammar definitely will reflect how the teams will be performing in the next Mirammar as well.
Oh yeah, and of course I see a lot of Myanmar fans really concerned with their team, because okay, if you say like Sanhok, Erangel, fine, but Mirammar is supposed to be the map that they are able to dominate. Ooh, that Mirammar only 2 points, not looking good. But of course, if you're neutral, you have a lot of fun, because the charts just change almost every round, and it's still hard for us to tell like who will really be the champion. It's still a lot. But speaking about what's a lot, there's a lot in store for you inside of the game now.
Yeah, I'm loving this set, how vibrant the color is, and it's super fun. With the latest set coming out from the Assassin, it's going to be a colorful Seafoam Assassin set. Now this is going to be a really fun set for you guys to actually have your eyes on too. It's more fun if you can actually to play alongside with it.
Yeah, and of course it's still in the store, or still in the game. Do check it out. Don't want to miss out on that. Just like how you might miss out on the previous Ultimate set. Of course, have faith in yourself. You check it out. Wise words from the great Bruce Lee. Yeah, been talking about this for like 2 weeks now, 3 weeks now, coming into this week. So just check it out. Right? Just check it out. But check out something new at least.
Yep, this is going to be another set, which is going to be the ultimate set for you guys. And it's not just that, we have so many sets, and this is exclusive during this time. It's going to be another Phantom set and the Solar Knight set for the ultimate set 2KV1. I'm loving how the animation of this trailer, but more for you guys, gonna be the Royal Pass available for you, for everybody to win something at least.
Yeah, this will be in the game for a while because it's the Royal Pass set, so in time for you guys to not only get it, but also to play the game, to rank up and get more goodies. That's what you can see here. There's also like for the chopper, there's for the parachute, and a lot more. But while you're at it, get to follow us.
Yep, because we're gonna be updating you regarding the PMSL, the Super League. We ourselves, I mean, like some of us do know who are gonna be participating, but definitely if you guys haven't got a clue, be sure to follow every single social media here on the fan page of Facebook, YouTube, or even TikTok to be to keep yourself updated regarding the PUBG Mobile Professional League Super League, which we have no clue, bracket quote unquote, no clue who are the other teams that are joining alongside Burmese Esports from Indonesia, Gig Slate from Malaysia, Hail Esports from Thailand, the Xavier's coming up from Vietnam, and Wildcard still a question mark for today because it's our first day. But the rest of the other teams, though, who will it be? Who are they? Be sure to follow us on socials.
Yeah, they have plans from the Wildcard to go up against some of the best teams in Southeast Asia, and you don't want to miss this. Well, it's going to be a 3-week league together with the grand finals, just like how we used to in previous PMPL seasons. So you don't want to miss out on that. It's back. That long, agonizing week action and all those words that I can put out. You know what I'm talking about, right? So don't forget to follow us so you don't miss out on the action. It could be live stream onto Facebook, it could be live stream onto YouTube, it could be even live stream onto TikTok. So you can follow and also watch on multiple platforms as well, whichever platform that you prefer, or in whichever language too. But of course, do give us some love at the English desk because we love you as much too.
Thank you. You guys have been awesome. You guys have been amazing as well. But for me personally, I cannot wait to see the reveal of the other 15 teams in PMSL. So keep your eyes out for that. But for now, we have to focus on Wildcard. Because right now we have no clue who will get number 1 spot. The shift is real. The shuffle is just confusing. Because everybody can take number 1 right now. The gap is not even big at this point. Unless if they keep losing for the next few rounds, which is going to be 2 more maps to go for today, day number 1 of the grand finals. We're leaving with Erangel by end today, but we do have 1 more Mirammar to go. Now, speaking of Mirammar, we did have very sort of similar circles in the past 2 maps of Erangel early on. We'll be looking over the almost similar sort of circle when it comes to Mirammar.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it's like way up north, right? And of course, you guys know by now, our circle is going to be the military base circle, so but I won't complain. If it's like tucked inside, especially on the north and the south, I'm good for that. But of course for Mirammar, give us a oasis. My wish list is an oasis by now, because it's been a long time since we saw an oasis. I only remember once at least.
It's going to be a tall order, I think, based on the last circle though, because we did have Jung Yard and Minas Generalis, the last one. So it's a bit too far off. Not really, if you got sort of similar circle as a start. I mean, like, we have to wait and see, because it's down to the flight path as well, because sometimes I don't know if it's going to be back-to-back very similar circle, but for me, I'm not going to mention my prediction, but let's talk. I think you had the same prediction for the entire day as well.
Yeah.
But
we believe in page 2.
Yeah, I mean, like, Game Lab have been performing quite in a very good sort of performance. Not brilliant, but good enough to sustain himself in the middle bracket in Erangel specifically. Falcon, on the other hand, is like up and down for them.
Yeah, out of like the 3 that I've chosen, I think Falcon is still not activated yet. Vipers obviously got chicken dinner, so that's why G-Lab, although they have yet to get a chicken dinner, but we can see that, you know, they're getting comfortable in the grand finals as compared to the league. So Falcon, it's now down to you guys, you know. It happened, Falcon.
They were gatekeep just now. For Falcon, they were kind of being sandwiched due to the problem with them overextending their fights sometimes is just attracting unwanted attention. We're talking about the bullets, the shots coming out, the sound, the audio cue for these guys is a compass for the other teams to walk over when they're too busy in a war.
Yep, but let's see. If too busy handling West Point Mamba, who might come back inside their favorite map. Let's jump into our Mirammar for today. Let's go!
Is it going to be happening for West Point Mamba, or they're going to go really west and really south all day long? But don't fret, it's still the first day, but at the same time, you're a bit too late into the party, you'll be left behind. Now back to it. So map, wow. A flight path.
Wow. Okay, this is kind of like more towards the right side, whereby we're going to Puerto Paraíso up onto Torre Achumara, so teams to drop on the left might find it a little bit difficult. We have even a team that likes to drop it to Lost Eagles. To directly drop it to Lost Eagles might be a bit difficult. They might drop somewhere in between, get vehicles, do the standard stuff and get into their regular drop spot. Of course, whenever that needs to happen, that also means that we might see an early clash. Early on, we saw a vehicle being stolen, so that was kind of entertaining as a start. Let's see if it again, because there's always that possibility if the flight path is one side.
Yeah, but so far I think it's within reach for most of the players here. And the flight path crossing over upwards is a good sign because they can find vehicle in this sort of flight path rather than the one that actually down south or really in the south just now. And it's gonna be, you know, speaking of south, are we looking over Lost Eagle Circle? Are we gonna get that again?
Wow, if it goes there, it's gonna be super unusual. I think for first circle, if it's like this, it normally go back onto the main. So I don't think so. But I do hope that it doesn't go into Lost Learners. You know, if it goes to like a city circle, then things will get a little bit slow towards the end, and we'll fast action.
Lost Eagles again, please.
Yeah,
Lost Eagles.
Yes.
Second
Miracle.
round.
Miraculously Lost Eagles. Let's
Hey,
go.
I mean, like last time we did have this sort of circle that ended up on top of Lost Eagles. Very
Yeah.
similar.
Yeah.
It's not an impossible thing, you know.
No. Yeah, I mean, okay. But yeah, that's a first blood there. For Kaya, eliminated some from G-Lab. And we just talked about, like, oh, G-Lab, you know, they're too bad. They seem to be showing some potential, and this had to happen. Hashtag cast discuss.
No, we're lucky this is not a BM stream. If it's in Malay, there's so many puns you can play around Kaya. Jatuh miskin. Just, you know, I need to say it out loud. I just feel I'm loving the puns if we are in different language entirely. But it's English, so don't get to play around as much.
Oh man, that would have been so funny. Yeah, get it. But yeah, he's not having fun. He waited. He wait. Hang on. The wait time for him is even longer than his play time.
That's the worst part. I mean, like that happened to Rankit from PBE earlier on today as well. The worst thing about, you know what? The worst thing about Mirammar is because of, it's not really a flat plane or a flat map. They are some terrains, yes, but that's not much of structures and vegetations in between. So it's sort of an open field for you to actually see through, and people are gliding down with their parachute. People can actually see because of, you know, so many high grounds. That's one thing. There's another player being knocked down. It's going to be coming up from APG as well. And APG, this is another team that they had sort of a debut, the same time frame with YG, right? If I'm not mistaken.
Yeah. Now that I think about it, yeah, I think they're about the same era. So, but looking at consistency wise, obviously YG is on. But if we were to look at it objectively, the points difference is only 8 points. So it can easily be swapped. And you can't think about it. APG is like number 14, but like one round could still change. Can you imagine this? That nobody is safe, in other words.
Yeah, I'm loving the fact the gap. This is what I mentioned earlier on. Even though, like, they place themselves 16, but if the gap is very little, that's really good performance coming from the teams. That is the case as we talked about them. But it's just, some teams have really strong initial points we're talking about, and they're not taking that to advantage. It's really a shame that they didn't actually use that on their side. But this is actually a good round for the teams on the second page. They are just rising up to the occasion, showing us what they have to offer and how much they actually build up their character throughout the entire league.
Yeah, looking at Vipers, with they were number 16 at some point, and that chicken dinner, they move up significantly. They are closer to the edge of the first half. So if we continue on, hopefully they'll be able to surprise all of us. But speaking about surprises, Mura surprised by John somewhere. Oh, but it's in Lost Learners? Okay, we don't always get to see this early eliminations inside of it.
And like personally, BG right now not really in a great place when it comes to overall ranking. Hence, they're forcing themselves to commit certain fights. I understand in their shoes right now, they have to force the fight because if you can secure, I mean, like if you are confident with your firepower and your barrel controls and your game sense when it comes to rotations, nothing can stop you. It's okay if you don't get the chicken dinner as long as you got double digit elimination. That's what's more important. Yes, the chicken dinner do offers sort of a prize as well, but it's just a bonus if you compare to getting that #1 spot to get yourself in as PMSL, because it will be a greater venue and a greater league to play and greater advantage in terms of getting the prize pool bigger, getting better openings and polishing your experience and skills with higher level of openings as well. That's what really important for these guys.
Yeah, and of course you get a lot more exposure. If you do something great, you know, can you imagine our socials will be flooded by fans and stuff like that. So yeah, there's a lot of to moving on to the next stage, and it is a big stage. It is a stage that has a lot of amazing players, but amazing players like PBE, ooh, punished by Enigma.
Kuba again, almost being shot down. Cool taking on QB from the flanks, and QB bleeding out. Last tick of health. There's no way for them. Actually, can they make it to save it? Nope. It's a bit too late. Kuba a bit devastated. Couldn't actually save his friend from drowning in his own blood. Back to the side of Enigma, chasing the tails of PBE. Maybe GE. Next one. Where are the rest of PBE?
Yeah, not too sure, but
they're being separated.
For some reason, Spooky, he's not separated though. His teammate is just behind him, so he's going up Smile, and Smile will be gunned down. That's going to be an easy knock for him.
Yeah, for PBE, just taking advantage. Cool, and rank it. Rank it's going to be always the main fragger for the team, trying to secure one more against Cooper, but a bit too far off. With only a red dot scope to work with, I mean, that's going to be a long shot, but he's trying. It's going to be around 400 meters apart. Randomly sprays, but didn't clip any. GE on the other hand will be greeting a very warm welcome come from Enigma. Cooper made a big U-turn with a vehicle just now, and forcing GE to get out from their comfort zone.
Yes, because GE, they need to be on top still. EG gets another one. There's going to be a knockdown. But back to Spooky as well. There's a trade there happening, so both teams comfortable just yet. EG needs to secure Spooky. Spooky coming in super duper. But now because GE has reset it, they're going to go up against Spooky. And Spooky, we eliminated Enigma, only managed 1 point in this round.
Oh. This is one of the many scene and situation where you see a lot of damage output, but no eliminations. But FOD on the other hand, trying to get the #1 spot within their grasp right now, forcing the fights. We do have Chumacero Silver Circle, and so many teams coming up from the southern part.
Yeah.
Southeast. There's too many, all of them actually.
Yeah, there's a possibility they might meet. Hence we'll see a lot more early just like this one. FOD going in. BG only 2 in the same compound. 4 for FOD. They are charging onto Edward. Edward at the corner. The pre-fire coming. Then Nangzu takes him out.
Nang still got a lot of first aid. He's going to be alright. He got the space and time to do it and reset himself. BG just going to flee. They don't want to be part of this anymore, but they are forcing it on the side of FOD. They're chasing the tails out, hunting them down. And Nang open up the smokes to revive all the rest of the member of FOD, while leaving Joseph to go rampage, chasing all the players of BG. Alja on the other hand, trying to secure Skadi. Gilep on the ground. Gilep, is this the last player? Not really. I think they have one more player. I think that one player will just leave this, abandon that ship, because he needs to survive for their rank points.
Oh, what's happening with everyone? I mean, this is the biggest map, but everyone seems to be taking this like it's the smallest map, like it's a living. And now the fight's not stopping just yet. Nang sprays, pre-fire, does connect. A little bit more. Nang reloads. Oh, lose to a DBS!
Call it Sanhok or Mirammar, that DBS. We're really hurting these guys a lot. May, DBS, whatever map you offer him, it's gonna be DBS all day for him. jumping down. Going on the first plus one. Finish off. Clutch it for the entire team. The DBS. My goodness me. What is this?
What is this? Like he's like, oh, you want to crash into me? Yeah, right. Feel my DBS now. And FOD, they were at second place. Okay, but because they lost their fight to BG, now they could be overtaken by not one, not two, maybe more than that.
Feels like we are in the wrong map. Feels like we're Sanhok right now with that DBS working quite well. Work wonderfully. Aside of that one player that clutched it all. I mean, like, how? That was amazing play. But back to the side of the team that's been choked quite hard when it comes to the first day. It's going to be West Point Mamba, Michi Mix, Federalis. Separated amongst each other for a bit, but I think they're trying to find vehicle here. Another one just to be safe in case they're transitioning towards a war zone. Oja got himself the center of the circle, right sort of in the outskirts of Chumacera. Now I think APG tried to get on top of a Chumacera mountain. Same goes for FVE and Vipers, because that's going to be a good vintage point for them to actually farm a lot of eliminations. That's one of the highest point you can get in inside of Chumacera. But at the same time, if the circle shifted, the next one, the fourth circle, they might not even have themselves any elimination points by then.
Okay, everyone's talking about West Point Mamba. We know, ladies and gentlemen. They already started off with one elimination point. Let's see if they can get more. Now up against Sin and West Point Mamba in the overall charts just next to each other. West Point Mamba will be happy to eliminate them. And speaking about eliminations, it could be one for the kid that just got knocked down by FVE.
KE just shot a bit on the West Point Mamba players from afar. I think that's like 300 over meters apart, possibly. It's a very long shot coming in. Definitely got himself a good scope to work around. Sen will drive straight into West Point Mamba, leaving that warehouse due to the zone is not inside of that warehouse, so they will have to leave that one now. But Michi will need help here. He's pull himself back, fallen back for a retreat just to reunite with the other of his members and try to have it another go about the angles they need to cover for. Mix straight away, crawling down. Spotted out the vehicles, go up driving over. I think like he wants to chase this. They might commit to this fight here for West Point Mamba.
Oh, speaking about fight, it's gonna start anytime soon. Sin now, but look at that. There's another team behind. And they're starting to shoot against Sin. They got sandwiched.
It's KE. KE has been chasing the tail of WPM for the longest time here. They have been scouting out to its West Point Mamba, but I'm not sure if they spotted our Sin just yet, because they have been focusing on towards the side of WPM a long time, and that's going to be go up on his knees as Holy Lunge is still thinking whether to actually save him or not. He's in the center of attention here. Too risky for Sin to actually save Go Up right now.
Yeah, he is like middle of everyone. Moy, however, can backstab onto West Point Mamba. It doesn't seem that West Point Mamba knows he's there, but okay. I'll take that back. Amas is where Moy is, so Moy is pinned down by Amas as well. And now with the circle, definite shift away from them. How far it is? Oh, not that far, not too bad.
It's far for those coming out on top of the Chumacera Mountains. It's gonna be 3 teams forcing the fight out of Chumacera Mountains. And Spoogel's the only one coming up from Vipers. They're actually not on top of that mountain. We do have one more team coming up from the bottom as well. Who's yellow tag, by the way? Who's yellow? Is right in the blue zone. Or is it BG? I think it's BG player. Yeah, that one last player.
Yep. BG likes to rotate a little bit more later, so not much of a surprise there. West Point Mamba will secure that point. It's going to be 3 for them. So far, so good for West Point Mamba. Mix. Okay, there should be enough time, so that's going to be okay. And looking at the team, they should be able to get into the circle. But Sin out in the open. Wow, that precise shot, amazing.
Yep, they're not letting this go from their hands. Sin offering themselves to be these feasts for West Point Mamba here, but they have to be extra careful, extra vigilant towards KE and Vipers coming in across them. YG will be visited by SKR. Marcus and Exit already scout them out and definitely knows where Loki is. They shot him down with Yaiko on the flank side. And where is the fourth player of SKR? No, they're actually with only 3 right now. Loki will try to be saved by the side of Romeo. Still reluctant and a bit hesitant to go in for the smoke. KE now pushing to the side of FVE instead.
FVE, there's going to be a nade on the top of the top. You get one. Now FVE looks like they need to defend this area as Boyshawn comes in to pick up his teammate, but he needs to win this fight before he's able to do so. We hear DBS's left and right, so they are holding one somewhere, but Raul will go down to Renza.
Sean just have a bit of a revive to do with that UMP. Playing a bit safer to revive his teammate first. Devon tossing out the smoke just to make sure they have a bit of space to just crawl over towards the compound or getting themselves into the building. And KE on the other hand want to finish off Chewy so bad with that Moxie clip a bit from that hand grenade toss over. Sin finally being eliminated after such a long howl against some of the teams out there. But FVE cornered, couldn't actually get out from there. YG still revisiting SKR for another round. Yahiko step into the building, trying to finish off the players that are being knocked down, and it's gonna be 1 sec finish off by Marcus instead.
Yeah, with the DBS, and when you hear the DBS, be aware, be afraid. As now we can see that Yahiko tries to win against Romeo Boy with an M249. Not a popular weapon in current meta, but now being used. Let's see if he can pull this off. Steel with an M4, it's an evergreen weapon. But look at this, Sarai Yahiko's taking damage. He doesn't have first aids, Choo.
Oh man, he used it all up just now, and that was well worth it. Oh, but man, he just exchanged, but at least he got himself a trading of the points just now, leaving YG only to the last player alive, which is going to be Loki. I saw how hard he tried himself to push forward to find Romeo Boy just now, but it's just so difficult with that corner inside of a building. But next one, we do have Loki. Will be finished off by Skynin in the end. Remember, he got himself a sort of victory, being shut down entirely by the side of Ulsha. But West Point Mamba tried to take down on Vipers from these hills. It's gonna be Spoogle being targeted by a bit of a damage he chucked down there.
Man, very eventful round this is with West Point Mamba. 5 elimination points. Not enough for them. They want more. They want to eliminate their opponent closest to them at this point. But before that, Michi switches over. Probably before that, looting. But May W being gunned down by Rankid. West Point Mamba, Faradal is at the forefront because he knows that all low, he's not going to go in. But BG early show off a clutch. But now they have been eliminated. Number 11. Only 3 points collected.
West Point Mamba going a bit slow and steady this round just to make sure they got themselves the momentum into the right mindset for the finals. They got himself a bit of dominations to do here with 5 eliminations just next to GE, who secured already 4. But both teams having a full squad to work around. Elma spotted out all the teams out there, heard the gunfires. But they have to be extra careful about those coming up from behind. It's really close by for Vipers. If they cannot hear the footsteps, it's going to be really a trouble for them because they will be ambushed really fast coming up from Vipers.
Ooh, let's see if an ambush will happen here in this area. We got 4 teams, pretty much by the edge of the circle, and there is a possibility that they might not have the circle. If that happens, whoosh, it's only 4 teams. You gotta think about it again. Yeah, if it again, it's 5 teams in one area.
Everybody just came out from Los Lunas early on. Happened to be on the right side of the circle here. Vipers spraying about APG, exploiting his own position here. Rain tried to follow up from that information he just gained from Spoogle, but nothing seems to be connecting yet. KE is right across them as well, forcing them to actually take a fight and take the bait for FVE, but FVE is just trying to find himself shelter. APG is behind the side of FVE. Now, Afi, I'm not sure how they're going to get out from here because there's so many teams that have their eyes onto them.
Ooh, yeah, I know, right? It's tough. It's tough. But they have. So the only way, pretty much, right now, I think it's for them to pray that the circle is still here, or at least in their favor, so that they can still play to the next circle. But if the circle entirely moves away, we're gonna have the best moment of our lives as a viewer.
Like, as a viewer. KE, on the other hand, got themselves quite a good spot to work around. They got a lot of walls, and the compound itself is huge enough to occupy for the entire team. Plus, they got a lot of space to just hiding around the corners and pick around the windows. But the circle, again, will it favor those coming up from the southern part of it? Or will it be in between? Because GE and PBE got himself very comfortable with the compound, but didn't have the elevations of the ground. Bit of an crate. But if they're inside, if they're indoors, they're going to be okay.
Yep, they'll be fine for now. Unless the team gets into their compound because they are only left with 2 players. But now I'm a little bit concerned for the teams on the southern side, including West Point Mamba, who's still on the outside of the circle. Vipers saw where they are, and it seems that they're going to put focus onto West Point Mamba. Try to clear them off before they get...
I'm not sure about this cliff though. It looks very slippery and Viper sliding down. This is a big risk they took for the side of Vipers. Oh, it feels like a very hard climb up there. Speed, make it in and make it alive. Unscathed for now. PBE spotted out a mask, trying to shoot him down, but the windows is just not in his favor. But Vipers, Spade already being shot down the moment he got himself unscathed before.
Oh, now they'll be pressured by the choo-choo. They have to move. They have one buggy. Okay, Rain can get into the buggy, but DJ chooses to move by his own. Probably doing the scouting work because he knows there's a big here. If anyone sits on top of the buggy, it's an easy target as well. DJ into the circle, but he's not safe. His teammate goes down. FV. Now it's their time to move.
Oh, FV, it's just too late now. It's Ranger. Swap over to that DBS. Sean took a step back. The moment he saw that swap of a gun, it's just never mind. But FV is still eliminated by the end of the day, as they got himself in the 10th spot with only 1 elimination. That will not help them as much as the previous map, but it's more than enough to maintain the middle bracket. West Point Mamba on the other hand, choking DJ under this shack with Emas closing in with a Molotov and just having Mix to go in. That's gonna finish off another team down on the 9th place.
Yeah, there you go. Eliminated. We are down to the top 8 teams, but it's going to be West Point Mamba. Have another point. 8 points so far, Choo Choo. With all 4 of their players alive. West Point Mamba is back.
This is their map. They're supposed to be like this is a previous map as well, but they're taking it as a bit slower and steady, not too reckless when it comes to the call shots and also the transition into the circle. So it works quite well for them. And spotted out a free elimination. I mean, like, why not? Yeah, I'm gonna take it away, and that's gonna be another point for the side of Falcon. But PBE taking against G Lab when they're not looking. G Lab happens to be falling off the chart due to 2 teams having their eyes onto them. It's going to be GE and a Falcon. Falcon spread out. I'm loving how they're fanning out in a formation where they got themselves a bit more space to work around instead of GE being cornered in the compound. Yes, they have 4 walls, but they have no sort of information relayed back to them about where are and how's the rotations on the outside of this house.
Oh, Choo Choo, PBE got the circle and they're right smack in the middle of it. But now because this circle is as such, the house will be the prime position. We may see teams try to crash in or two. And with 2 players, it's going to be tough to defend.
They have to stay indoors. They don't have any sort of way to actually play it out. They don't have enough manpower. They're different from the side of GE. They do have the manpower, but they cannot get out either due to how many teams around them. As we look over to the minimap, it's definitely spot out 2 teams that are trying to get themselves into the center. KE divided into 2-2 formation, but here comes Falcon, greeting them right in the window. Having a bit of a window meeting, but back towards the side of Chandler, try to get himself in a further position just to snipe it away from afar.
Oh, here we go. GE. It's Falcon. Collier number 15. They need the points to get out of that bottom. Now Falcon still alive. GE still at full squad, but at the same time, we can see the KE 5 points now. They're dominating the nade. Will connect on the Falcon, but not enough to knock anyone just yet. The hits are still raining in left and right, but they can't seem to get anyone.
They're just spraying around the corner, but too many players for Andrew to deal against two at the same time. Two different angles entirely. And West, they're more than ready to defend what they call it home. And West secured that with GE being eliminated. And never mind. It's going to be Falcon being eliminated the moment they step into the side of GE. They're more than prepared to defend that. You saw how strong the defense are.
Ooh, boy Sean. He sees Mas, he'll stand up. Oh no, but no, Boy Sean gets that knocked down. And now West Point Mamba may lose one player, but Boy Sean, he's not in the clear yet. But before that, he'll secure that elimination point. KE, 6 elimination points so far. But that also means that West Point Mamba, just only when this could be their great comeback, they're now down to the last man.
It's going to be mixed to play around for West Point Mamba. KE with one player as well. Ozja is changing fire with PBE and also GE, I think, at the same time. Nope, PBE just going to stay this one quietly. It's going to be Ozja versus KE. Astro X committed to it. Ranza's just going to fall back and waiting for that revive to happen by his own teammates. But Skynin tried to spot. Where are those players coming up from Whisper Mamba? And where are the other players? The other remaining 12 players, or make it maybe 9, excluding his own teammate. Maybe 8. DZ spotted out mixed. It's just right on top of his crosshair just now.
Okay.
The terrain is making it so difficult for the players to spot each other out.
Yeah, just look at how tough it is, especially for Esports. What kind of angle are they going to get? But now GE, it's even tougher for I can't think about it because they have a road down there creating that smoke bridge, hoping to get across on the PBE players still active. They should be able to defend this against GE. But then again, other teams are looking at this compound and they will crash in at the right timing. Just waiting for the commotion to happen. But before Master Ichi tries to stop their opponent coming from the other side, but he has no time. Time is on. They need to move now. PBE, get ready.
Here comes the rush. Rank it already open. Oh, wait! It was mixed! Never mind. It was Rankin's name just now. And back to a side of GE. They did not expect that on point grenade drop over by the side of Rankin. It's just how powerful this player is to play around with one more member around the two players. A duo! But GE taking on Rankin with another nade. Just a bit of exchange of a favor. But still Rankin slow to leaving his friend with only 20% of HP left. Going in and his Master Ichi scope over with that micro Uzi. Leaving PBE down to their knees. But never mind, so one more exchange to do. Master Ichi with micro Uzi coming in with also a shotgun in their hands.
Going in.
And just trying to finish things up. Took them quite a bit of time.
Well, and because of that, now Osha Esports has arrived. They will take about it. Only 2 active members on the side of GE. The name will not connect. Osha Esports need to make this fast before they reset. Ichi managed to pick up his teammate. Could they reset in time? Osha Esports taking too long.
Well, they have 4 men just now. 2 of them knocked down for the side of GE. Now they managed to reset. Also a bit too hesitant to get into the compound in case he got DBS. That's possibly why. And Astro coming in, a bit of a peek, trying to go through this airdrop and get into the door. Skynet with a UMP. Bring around Rosie with Master Zaya just around the corner. If it turns the corner, it's gonna be
that's it.
He jumps out of the window. He shouldn't have done that.
I believe he was pressured by the blue. That's why he's forced to move anyway. But now Esports, they are in control of this situation. Let's see if GE do this comeback. Skynet will pick up Ranza. Ranza will be up again. They are back into a 4v3 scenario. Skynet moves in to the left. Jump shot comes in. Can't connect those shots yet, but he knows exactly where they are.
Still Skynin tried to take down on side of GE. Yeah, got 2 down. GE. Oh, they had the moment to close things earlier, but still Oz just secured this chicken dinner, even though it took them a bit more time than it was supposed to. But that was a very close call between these two teams. Oja Esports with actual X leading such a nice entry just now. And also Skynin, what a player coming up from all these Oja Esports. We have to give it a go as they secure quite a number of eliminations. But also don't forget about the comeback of WPM.
Oh yeah. The last we saw them, it was elimination points. So they would have gotten like 10-ish points, but we'll look at that a little bit later. But Osja Esports, some of the players used to play Orange Esports back in the day of PMCO. Legendary players indeed, and still showing a good level of consistency overall. Osja Esports with the chicken dinner. I really want to see how many points overall right now and how the chart will change. It's crazy.
I really dislike this sort of numbers, you know. 823, 823 damage with 2 elimination points. Cut these guys some slack. These have been putting so much effort just to get those points, but somebody just happened to snatch it away in the last minute.
Yeah, I know, right? It's but hopefully it's his own teammate. Just saying, that could happen. But for Osja Esports, here it is. They travel a long way. West Point Mamba, on the other hand, I really want to see how points in total and how much that changed for them in this round, because it's West Point Mamba. But you can't think about you. This is of course Mirammar. It's supposed to be their favorite map, but the bad news is going back into Erangel after this.
Yeah, that's why I worry for side of WPM. The fact that they got themselves in #1 spot for the league, but it just losing that due to not having their engine started for the day. But at least the gap is not that big, Cloud. It's still reachable, it's winnable, and it's within the reach for any teams. In fact, until the 16th spot, there's still a lot of switching can be done.
Yeah, it's still doable. It's still doable. And the fun part about this this weekend, right? It's like the switch just happened almost every round. It's so hard to predict right now. But of course it'll take shape as we go into maybe number 3, but let's leave that for later, as now we celebrate Esports with 21 total points, but West Point Mamba 14. Bad.
Quite a lot of numbers there. I mean, like, they make it slow and steady this, right? It works quite well for them. But for Sin though, we talked about Sin early on. They just still work well for them when it comes to the first day. They need a bit more time to adapt when it comes to. I mean, like, they should be adapting in the league itself, but it's without the other 4 teams, making it a bit uncomfortable for them. So I worry for Enigma again. They are on a roller coaster ride. It's just the entire day is not their day here.
Yeah, I know, right? It's very different from what we've seen before this, so not too sure what's happening. Yeah, that is how it is, right? Like, to be super duper consistent is pretty tough, but that's what makes what separates the champion from the rest. But speaking about champion, still 1 point different at the top. Osja Esports with that chicken dinner them up on top. GE still maintaining at 2nd place at least. West Point, welcome back to page 1.
Yep. Feels like just within one map or one round, it's something that they can actually just swap over to as a first rank or first page. But what's really upsets us here right now, it's gonna be the bottom 4. Make it a 2nd page. Mostly didn't actually have a bit of a swap. I'm like G-Lab, they have the potential. Yes, they are promising, but it just didn't turn out quite well for them when it comes to Mirammar. It's just, at least for the next one, maybe they can actually have a bit of exchange. I do want to see the gap in between the first and the last place is just half of it. If G-Lab can actually reach up to 40 points or even like 50 points, because I assume it's going to be 90-ish points at least by end of our day 1, that's good enough for these guys. I mean, like, that's really close. Still something that they can get in the last minute within reach to just get into the first page even.
Yeah, so you know what? you can't think about it. Can even G Lab go up? Of course, we still have a lot of games. Mathematically, it's still possible. So no one is really safe. In fact, we can say that G Lab, APG, PG, Falcon, those at 30-ish points are totally out, because we saw like today how much of a change happened in the overall. Even for West Point Mamba, surprising us by dropping the ball. So yeah, it could still happen. And again, like what I said, bad news for West Point Mamba. We're coming back to Erangel, which is not a Mirammar for them.
But at least they still got that sort of adrenaline rush, so they still can carry those momentum back into Erangel. But this is good news for teams like G Lab, even GE, because they really love when it comes to this map, especially G Lab, because they're really good when it comes to rotation, but it's just execution-wise a bit difficult for their part. But when it comes to Erangel, we definitely will have more Erangels for the rest or the next 2 days here. So we did mention about West Point Mamba. If they want to really secure the #1 spot, they have to really make use of those 2 Mirammar maps they had for today.
Yeah, they have to, even for tomorrow as well, and the next day. But this is the rule of the game right now in the Grand Finals, right? Like the Mirammar map is not the most played map anymore. It's going to be Erangel. So if they only really depend on that #1 spot, it seems very far away for them. So they adapt to like Erangels at least, because Erangel is the majority of the map.
Yep, I mean, like, you cannot go wrong if you master Erangel all day long. I mean, like, all the other maps is okay to flunk it. I mean, like, when it comes to Erangel. But that's the thing, that's the hardest map to actually master, not because of the map itself. It's about the rotations of all the other teams. You have to adapt so fast and play alongside with it, and just, just counter whatever they have to offer. But for prediction, I think it's going to be same for us, both of us, the entire day here today. But surprisingly, all the teams that we mentioned early on, Vipers, G-Lab, Falcon, West Point, GE and YG all got themselves that sort of a highlight and spotlight moment, especially YG when it comes to Erangel. It's also their map.
Oh yeah, and they'll be glad to come back to Erangel. Of our predictions, we got like let's see, Vipers got the chicken dinner, let's see, GE got a chicken dinner too. So see if any one of these will hit the one chicken dinner or the final chicken dinner for the day, means we'll find a winner between the both of us, and one person has to buy dinner.
Yeah. Hey, it's my birthday. You cut me some slack and buy me some. I'm just gonna use that card today. But back to our last map here. If you guys happen to have your prediction, right, do share with us in the chat. I mean, like, I don't really see the chat so often when I only on breaks. But we want to know your opinion as well. And speaking of the next map, we're going to close things up and set a tone when it comes to the rest of the other 2 days and how things will actually translate tomorrow as well, because those are actually on the middle bracket will play as aggressive as much as they can when it comes to day number 2. Yeah, definitely.
Yeah, I think so, because we only have 3 days. So tomorrow we might see teams like really looking back at their points and be like, you know what, if we roughly calculate, we need this amount of points to become champions or top 3 or whatever that their aim is. So we might see some teams tomorrow, they just go all out. Now you think about it, Choo, the Mirammar round, it feels like everyone is just letting it go. It's like from the start to the end, there's always something happening.
I think it's because of the flight path and circle too. The flight path was way like straight up north and one way and the right side, and the circle just happened to be in Chimasura. So like, you have to go downwards for those dropping on the north. That's why a lot of teams are dropping on the right side of the map. So they happen to be clashing a bit too early on, and it's so hard to see any players to actually have a bit of rotations going down south towards Chomasera or even the mountain, where the moment they reached there, I think one of the team was FVE as well and Vipers. The moment they reached there, they just this circle just shift away and drifting away towards the different areas, so they cannot even use the mountain to farm the eliminations.
Yeah, I know, right? They were like hoping that, okay, if the circle is there, they be total control of the situation, because we know that kind of mountain is like, it's hard for people to overtake them. That's number one. Second, it's easy for them to shoot people from afar, so they have every advantage they can get. But because the circle kind of like, no, I'm not going to make it easy, I just go down and make it easier for PBE for most of the part. It's just towards the end they couldn't defend the compound, but that's a separate story. But anyway, because of that, all teams up there have to go down. That's why we saw early on, like the southern side, so many teams together, and I believe they were like praying, like, please, we get the circle because we don't want to move. So many teams.
And that's the funny part, because sometimes you have some sort of idea like this team and this team feels like this player and this player possibly in the same team, but it was a different team entirely, and that's where they got a bit, how do I say, confused sometimes for the player to actually know which team are these guys. They thought it's going to be only one team, but it's sometimes always more than that. But when it comes to Erangel, we expect, I don't know, is it going to be still Roshok Circle? I feel like it might not be, but it's the same day still. Sometimes we might have similar circle. Earlier 2 days in, earlier 2 maps in a row, we have very similar circle, right, on the northern side. So we'll be having still another northern circle.
Well, they say third time's a charm, so let's see if we're charming enough to get the third time. But if we do get that, that'll be cool. Like that also means that, like, you gotta think about it, teams would have 2 rounds pretty much the same circle, so you kind of like pretty much get same timing of other teams. It's time for teams to really like repair their previous mistakes from that round.
But at the same time, all the flight paths are different. How can you predict the same sort of rotation since the flight path and circle, yes, the circle might be very similar, but the flight path is the one that actually make trouble for the players, because it might skew it to its one side of a map only. It's just, you know what, if you want to go to that circle, we have to cross by these certain places, certain checkpoints, and we do know how many teams are there. They have to force to take a fight anyway. Yeah,
true enough. So because flight path is like tucked at the side, then you like make things different. Like, it depends on, it will affect how fast the team loots. That means affect as well how fast that they will move. So yeah, I do agree with that if it's stuck at the side. But a nice circle in the middle, then maybe it will be kind of balanced. But of course, that's not for us to decide, right? That's for the rules and the will of the game to decide. And flight path is number 1. It's going to be the circle number 2. That would determine a lot in this game. But that is our theory. What could be yours? Let's find out inside Erangel as we head on to our final game.
We're gonna finish things off and wrap things up with our last map back towards Erangel. We do have the flight path more towards the southern part here, coming out from the west towards the east, crossing over the bridge of SMB and up towards the side of Lipovka. Feels like it's gonna be northern circle here. I'm not gonna lie. It feels like it's gonna be Roshok or shooting range again.
Okay. I wouldn't mind that. As long as it's like on top, it will force our teams to move very early. So that also means that of course we'll get a lot more action. Now let's see. And now because the flight path is towards the southern side, military bases will be good, Novo will be good. Obviously they can loot a little bit faster, meaning that if the circle is on top, they can decide to move earlier on as well. But of course, if only it's really on top. If it's in the middle, maybe they can still take their time.
Yeah, but if it's in the middle, so we assume it's going to be a bit slower for the ending. Yeah, maybe a bit anticlimactic based off how much of fights we had when it comes to the last Mirammar. But back towards the flight path, feels like nobody happened to be clashing any sort of compound just yet, but we might actually have 1 or 2 players being taken out early on. But it's going to be it's going to be quarry or ferry. It's going to be a ferry per circle.
Well, I wouldn't mind if it goes all the pre-boss. Just tuck it at the corner, right? And if you tuck it at the corner again, okay. So you're on for Team Ferry Pier.
Yeah, it feels like Ferry Pier. Feels like it. I mean, like if it's down on SMB, I mean, like that's crazy. That's blowing our mind off.
Yeah, if it went there, like nobody would have get. Any team would have still pick SMB by the time. Yeah, they're like X-level genius or something.
They're basically an oracle if they manage to do that.
Yeah, who would guess, right? Looking at circle.
So we have to assume there might be a couple of swimmers if the second and third circle still in the in between of these two islands. It might be ended up there. I mean, like, there are chances, right? We have like what, like a 50, 60, was it 40 to 50% of water ratio in that circle just now?
Yep. Because it's at like that really corner-ish. But because of the recent rules of the game itself, we will not see a water circle. But that doesn't mean that we won't see a circle that, oh, you thought it's on the main peninsula, but no, it's actually on the military base island. That is really fun to watch, not gonna lie.
Yeah, we may not have 100% of water. Maybe that 1 meter of land. That 1 meter. Hello.
1 meter. Yeah, that tiny piece of it. Yeah, I mean,
I mean, like, we barely can stand on 1 meter land. Like.
Yeah, it's like 1 foot in and then the other foot on the outside. Tank blue, and it would just burn one leg.
Oh man. But I can't wait to see the third circle, because the third circle is always the one that really determine where the circle might land up in the last few ones. But BG, so far we don't have anybody being executed early or being eliminated early. At least this is a good sign, showing that a lot of the teams are happy where they're dropping themselves into. Not gonna force a fight too early on.
But you know what? It's like if it's a slow start, like towards the end, it will be kababoomish. Oh, we spoke too early.
At the end.
We spoke too early.
You spoke too.
But it's Oscar on the
I don't
roll.
know. But wait, how far was the distance between them now? We get to see it. It's going to be right at the bridge here. Try to gatekeep possibly for 3 lap.
Oh.
Now, Skynin just got himself that chicken dinner. They are losing 2 men early on. One is going to be exchanging of a G-Lap and Osjar.
Yeah, it's a trade there. So I think Skynim was alone. He tried to take his chances. Maybe he saw one person and he thought like, okay, no one else is there. So he went for elimination. But little did he know, it's like, you don't poke the hornet's nest. The moment he did that, like, oh, he's in the sniper tower. Everyone go! Fly to him. Ping him. And yeah, the trade happened. And the trade happened to like one team and the number 16 team. Wow. Such a coincidence.
I mean, it just shows that G-Lab do have the firepower. It's just the timing sometimes a bit off for them. That's it. Like it or not, it's always that 5% of chance in this map, in this game. So it's sometimes, you know, who's being blessed more by the luck of a circle. But back towards PBE. Now, this is a team that always ended up in the middle bracket, right? They sometimes have the general idea about where or what to do, but it's just always got caught up in between the fight. Or a lot of the cases in Wildcard that we've witnessed, it's not because they got caught in between by coincidence. It's because they cannot wrap things up faster and extended the fight, which attract all the other teams to move towards them.
That's where they really need to be careful, right? I guess speaking about need to be careful is also YG. Like, we had a lot of good information for them, but I do feel that like they are not really like super duper, but yet they're not really like down. So they're somewhere in between, and because of that somewhere in betweenness, that they don't really match from their current position. If you notice that YG has, since game 1 till now, they're always around that number 5 spot.
At least they're consistent. I mean, like, you can see a fact there because it's just a bit of a tiny push. That's all they need. You know, they have the consistency of alternating between what are their objective. I mean, like certain map, they are never mind. Their main objective is just, I'm gonna change the word. Their main objective is just the eliminations. There's some map they are never mind. Objective is mainly about their positions. So it depends on the maps itself.
Oh, okay. Well, APG is having a problem today. Not gonna lie. So Sin is taking advantage of that, and they're not done yet though. Okay, Fig, let's go V1. This is going to be TDM, but he lost the fight. Oh no, that's a trade.
APG a bit too early again. This is one of those teams that have been very quiet for the entire day. Shroud moving forward is still at the first circle. It won't hurt them as fast and as much. Tief definitely will actually try to just buy his time in reviving his teammate. While Sin is not overcommitting this time. Decided to actually, you know what, we're not going to have this fight. We're not overcommitting. We only lost 2 men. It's a heavy toll on us. Just going to build this one out and find more gears to work with.
Yeah, so focus on that for now because they're just look at their distance. 1,300, they need more utilities to survive the blue. Speaking about surviving the blue, well, it's pretty cool for now. Vipers running away from it. Yeah, there you go. Yeah, so part of it is still in it, but they'll be okay for now. But Vipers, after that one round of getting that chicken dinner, they went kind of quiet again. That we would have seen more consistency for them and sort of like at least end the day of H1. So at least it still shows us like a sign of a Cinderella story that we all like to see.
I just hope that Cinderella is not too late into the ball here. But we do have a lot of swimmers. But, okay, might ended up on top of Quarry. It depends. It depends. Feels like Quarry high chances that we might ended up there. Quarry do sort of a very hard circle to play along because of the multi-level of terrain in the first place. But for KE, they can just sit it quietly on top of a Primos and Fairy Pier there because they're still inside of a circle. Whoever actually in at the rim of the circle, still not having the necessity to actually get out from there in the first place anyway.
Yeah. So let's see because we do see a good team still on the outside, especially teams like Sin who lost 2 players. Not sure if they really want to spend that much time on the outside because they will risk being eliminated, and they have lesser people to do the scouting, or at least if the scouting goes down, then you would have more people as a backup. And now if the scouting goes down, then you're down to 1 man left, and with that 1 man, there's nothing much that you can do for placement points. But we all know this season, placement points have been devalued.
Yep. It's kind of not what their main scope right now for most of the team. Hence, this is really good for the teams that really love firepower. It's kind of playing towards this side here. If you are one of those teams that always goes down early on, but you got yourself a double elimination sort of a scores by the end of the day, is what they really want. Is really playing on their side. But FVE and Vipers. Now, Vipers is the type of a team that really knows how to negate themselves and avoiding as much fight early on as possible. But they might actually be contested early in the next few days because that's going to be one of their disadvantage. When they're being ambushed early on, they easily kind of pull back in the corner and just a bit panicky sometimes. Hopefully they can actually overcome that. It's going to be a really solid team. But FVE Ranger swap it over from DBS towards his grenade, gonna toss it over, but I think Vipers really decided not to get into this. They want to just avoid the conflict.
Yeah, because it's still 16 teams, right? So I guess they're not willing to take that risk. Plus, it doesn't feel that they'll be in an advantage if they just want to drive straight in. Because there will be a period where they are still in their vehicle and FVE can still shoot them. So they'll be in a disadvantage for that. But speaking about disadvantages, Vipers, fortunately, will lose DG. Now with 3 players, yeah, makes extra sense that why they don't crash into FVE's compound because of the trio.
Yeah, a bit extra. Maybe the one that actually they lost was actually their scout. Hence a bit too risky for them to actually sending another new scout and losing more men there, since they got the information early on, the 5 shots or even some of the movement heard coming up from the vehicles. A lot of the players try to get some elevations as much as they can, including FOD. Spot out maybe possibly APG, who's one person lagging behind. I think that's going to be Tief, was it? Very separated for APG.
Yeah.
Yep. I'm not sure why he's taking his own time there.
Yeah.
Okay.
APG, I don't know. Today's really not their day. It's a very different APG from what we've seen previously in previous Southeast Asia Championships. So yeah, I don't know. Maybe it's because of the roster all as well that kind of affected their momentum. Not too sure about that. I mean, there are a lot of factors to consider, right? GE on the other hand, 1 point difference than Esports, so they know that they don't want to drop the ball this time. They still have a chance to end with a number 1 finish.
A lot of tapping, but nothing seems to connect here. A lot of them just, you know, marking the perimeters and just giving a bit of warning shots. We're here, yeah, what's up? I think it's a Morse code sometimes they're tapping over when it's not clipping, you know, it's like... the taps.
Oh, maybe that's a way of communicating in game, you know.
Possibly, if they actually do know Morse code, it would be really handy to actually play alongside with that. But must be sitting Moy! Oh, with a nade! Wait! Oh boy, must knocked down, but really low. Moy finally finished off. That's gonna be last member for Sin, eliminated early.
Okay. Managed to trade it back, but now GE should be in a comfortable spot. Look at this compound, a lot of open space everywhere, so to crash into this compound straight up that easy. Plus they have eyes on West Point Mamba, their closest opponent that only has players. So I guess West Point Mamba, looking at how their current situation is, they've already built a barricade, maybe not intentionally, but still a place that they can hold on to now.
Yeah. But for some teams, they don't have a place to call or to hold on to. In this case, it's going to be Ozja. No vehicle, on foot, coming out of ferry pier. I think they were swimming over just now, right, for Ozja? That's why they are resorting to it, so just running with their foot. But this is going to be a really long journey for them. The moment they step into this, the places where it's not even safe zone, it's just outside of the blue zone. The blue zone will enter in again because they got less than 5 seconds to get into the circle.
Ooh, yeah, and plus the damage is going to increase now. And
boy.
And they have to get across Quarry, that high ground area that has KE. And we talked about KE's specialist in playing in high grounds.
It's just not doing well for Ozja. Just won themselves some chicken, and now this happens. FVE at a minute 14. Just to scout whether can we go in now? Do we leave this place and move forward? Is there anybody telling us from the back? But roll. I heard the gunshot coming from Vipers. I think that's why he's a bit hesitant to leave this place. Falcon taking on G-Lab. What happened to G-Lab? They're losing men here, down to 2 players. But there's no fight here where we're looking over. Coming up from the southern part is really peaceful, but those actually coming out from the eastern part of the circle. Now, a bit of exchanging of fires to do, but no execution. Managed to actually revive back their teammate. But they might actually caught Falcon, one player, a bit off from the rest of the team. A bit delayed when it comes to rotations. Yeah. Wait, what? How?
Well, we'll talk about Ozja Esports' current situation, and looks like AstroX went out to the zone. They have one more, but it's not looking good. No, it's bad.
I don't think they have enough first aids, right? Like they are running out of first aids. I think also Astro possibly just gonna donate over to his own teammate. That's gonna be DZ. That's gonna be the last one.
Falling from grace. But that also means that it's up for grabs, that number 1 spot. GE for KE and maybe FOD.
Yep. They actually have a shot to chase that one out again, especially FOD. I mean, FOD, they had that sort of momentum. The last Erangel by Enigma taking on KE. BG visited by KE as well. Another KE player is knocked down here. Enigma taking on KE. Oh boy. BG and Enigma, all eyes on KE. Now Enigma will be sitting in the same grave as KE if they're not moving here.
Okay, hopefully you'll be able to survive it. Don't bring that vehicle and blow it with your blow it in front of your teammates. Oh my god, it's just crazy. I was just so nervous. Look at the vehicle.
I'm nervous for him too. There's another vehicle. If it's being shot down, he might actually be exploded there. QB Enigma. They're trying to find where the shot's coming out from because there's so many teams around here. FVE arrived as well with an entire cavalry where G-Lab It'll be their first main target. They do have a different team across them. It's gonna be SKR. But you know what? They casually just, hey, I see another team. Why don't we just shoot them down?
Okay, let's see. Let's see right now what's gonna happen to FVE, especially because they're still on the outside of the circle. Spot out Game Lab on the other side. It's gonna be Ranger trying to hold them all alone, and Game Lab will be Ranger with the blue. Speaking about Game Lab, Dragon goes down. He shot at from the other side.
There's no way in being denied their entrance entirely by the teams actually having a bit of a war here. There goes G Lap being eliminated at 13 players with 2 elimination points. That's the only point they can actually gain from this map or this round. APG on the other hand got himself safely and sound coming from the northern side of the circle, but PBE taking advantage to the side of BG versus Enigma. They are the one that bulldozing people from behind and taking away all the effort by taking as a third party steals it.
Oh, BG. Now, they could be surprised though, there's someone behind them. They gotta be careful as Enigma moves in. BG, MayW alive, or active at least for now. Enigma, they notice the time. Only one player left as Caps moves in. Caps spraying with the UMP. Caps opening it. Caps, his opponent is super low. He needs to finish his task and he will. It's gonna be 4 points in the back for Enigma.
Flawless use of that UMP coming out from Caps. Multiple times he showed it and has been showing it to us so many times by just today. Just works wonderfully well for him. SKR on the other hand, gonna build this one out. Not gonna commit themselves to a side of GE. But remember, there's PBE eyeing over this side as well. But we do have FOD. We have Falcon flying over the heads of FOD. How dare you! The audacity of flying over the house.
Yeah, and looks like they couldn't find a place to land. And they eliminated it. It's going to be FOD with those points in the back. But because GE is still a low squad, now number 1 spot is theirs. And they could hold on to it.
Yeah. Just holding on right now for most of the teams. APG. They have a bit of a swamp to go over. Federalis, West Point Mamba visited by the entirety of GE. That's a bit scary on his hands. There's too many players. Oh boy, swiftly run and gun, and we're hop onto a different target now.
And as what we talked about previously about West Point Mamba, this ain't their favorite map. Definitely out their zone. Only managed to get 1 elimination point. It's gonna be tough for West Point. But the good news is that teams below them, there's only PB that can pretty much overtake them.
But for SKR, they want for more. They got themselves 9 eliminations already. GE still trying to maintain at number 1 spot and give them a bit of comfort zone as Osjar being eliminated early on. The next contender is going to be FOD. Still quite a gap between FOD and also GE, but not impossible if FOD found where GE is first at. FOD on the other hand, a bit of exchanging, trading of greetings between APG. There's also YG across the map. GE and YG. Feels like they know each other whereabouts right now. But who wants to take a first move? GE seems to be taking a first move here, giving away the position first.
Ooh, okay. SKR by the rim of it. Let's see. They need to be careful. Someone coming in from behind. So they could be backstab, but that's a little bit of just a scouting work being done, just to see where the members of SKR are at. But now, this could be the moment here. Okay, circle. Who will it be? Looks like in the middle. Most of the teams in it, but we have 2 teams on the outside. That means it's moving time, YG and FOD.
They can't move, especially for the side of FOD there. They'll be heavily guarded to the side of YG. Look at how the spread coming up from YG. But GE will actually try to contest over this small hill against SKR. Exit will be knocked down, but Smart from the back! More net! Oh, you nasty, nasty guy! Taking a back step from behind. Romeo Boy finish off GE alongside with SKR. But SKR leaving only 1 man. Exit have to just pop a couple of smokes there. Yahiko will try to revive him, hopefully, and praying that YG will not try to take this out as well. But you know what? It's Loki.
Yeah, Loki, the master of tricks. Trying to trick his way to getting more elimination points. Young Yahiko still on the outside, but seems to be a very interesting strategy. So they're splitting 2-2, but 2 of on the other side of the road. Okay, probably need backup, but I think they're going to let them go because it's not going to be worth it, because the circle, the blue has arrived and being watched by SKR, so it's not worth it to go there. But SKR prepared as PBE comes in.
Exit. Going towards the center here slowly. Being guarded heavily by the side of PBE on the other end. PBE still have 4 men. The only team that didn't have a full squad is going to be SKR. So they have to be extra careful about their next step here. They are the only team that not having enough manpower. So they have to be very cautious about who they pick next. FOD will be ambushed by YG. Or the reverse, who knows about YG 1 sec on the ground here. Having a bit of 2-2 trade. And YG still have 3 on the other hand. Joseph be shot from behind by SK. Oh, now that's gonna sting.
Oh man, totally expect that. And that's gonna be a couple of knocks there. YG needs to reset quickly. They are the circle. They still have the terrains to play with, but exit. Is he gonna go? Is he gonna take advantage of that? No, not yet. But look at the current situation. FOD. Oh no, it's not looking good for them. Their opponents coming in.
Oh, now still PB and PG leaving this one out, but SKR trying to take as much elimination as they can. Try to take advantage of the current situation. They got himself 13 eliminations now, with only Exit and Yahiko to work around, but Exit's showing no sign of stopping at all. Loki will actually try to revive 1 sec, as Yahiko still lingers around the high grounds. They got what a prime view here. But at the same time, if the circle just shifted away from them, it's going to be a bit of a problem for them to climb down. Team still bleeding out in the swamp area. Ramon tried to steal it away with an AKM. But that recoil's making it so hard for him to actually connect the dots.
Oh, dancing with bullets raining down. PBE has a compound, but it's very unlikely they'll have the next phase of the circle. We know in about 3 more seconds. APG and YG sharing the same corner. PBE not too far away for the circle. In fact, they are one of the closest to it.
Yeah, they can actually just an arm's length away. That's it. Rank it. Still trying to secure the buggy in case they need sort of a barricade in the center of that field, because it's an open field still. Yahiko and SKR taking the advantage from afar. They got the elevations. They definitely got the view, but didn't get the circle. While they're at it, might as well just get more elimination. Make it 14 or 15 even. APG Shroud just bomb and naded 1 second from afar. They managed to finish off. All the efforts coming up from APG is taken away by SKR here.
I know, right? It's like they did a lot of work, but SKR is the one stealing. But at least Shroud managed to secure an elimination point onto 1 set. But he's not done yet to get away out of the bomb. The nade will be cooked up. Toss it onto the other side. Right onto YG. Marnet almost taken out. Marnet now super low at the same time. The blue has arrived. Loki needs to move.
Oh man, had been knocked down with a nade. He was healing himself as the kid, making sure he will be kneeled down all day long. Teeth will try to spray over, shredded almost his vest. Try to find the last player. YG eliminated here. And SKR survived. SKR got only 2 men to start when there's only top 5 remaining, leaving SKR. YG now dying out early on at 4th place. SKR still going in.
Well, we talk APG and their performance. This could be the moment here for APG. And then page number 2. 10 elimination points now for APG. Then they're stopping. At the same time, they'll be pressure with the blue. Exit's not in trouble. They'll be spotted out. And Exit will be eliminated. Now it's either PBE or APG. Both teams with a full squad.
Finally, they are back in this tournament. APG, after in a slumber the entire day, woken up by the call here, knowing for the fact they have to push everything they have. They do have last first aid, really low when it comes to utilities. Resources-wise, they don't have enough, but this is their time to push into PBE, who has been sitting all these walls and crossfire out all this while. They still have quite a number of utilities to work with. Ranke has no problem to heal himself up, but the side of APG, it's go big or go home. That's it. They have to force this pusher.
Yes, they have to, because PBE, they have the circle advantage. Right now we can see teams from second page duking it out with each other. They all want to go into the first page. They all want to do well. Right now we can see 4 elimination points for PBE, and PBE is just a compound to play with. But being by the edge of the circle, they don't need to move that much. So it's just on for APG.
Rank it, trying to be extra careful, alert towards all his surrounding, even though they got himself a couple of smokes grenade to buy time. But Raimon, I'm loving how he going on towards the flank side. Different angle intel from the rest of the team. Different information they can actually relate back to as a team as well. But they have to move forward here. They have to climb over the wall due to the circle will not be in this compound. They throw it out. Spread it down straight away. And Momboy, just make sure they're paralyzing APG from moving forward. Raimon now jumping down with a couple of ASACs in between. They're going to play the open field. PBE straight in the line. APG fan out as well as get their flanker knocked down first.
Man, he must eat a lot because that was good eyesight there to spot his opponent. Raimon tries to power, but power is hidden behind. But that's not a worry there for Raimon. He needs to focus. Others that still active. And now Shroud sees Raimon, but can't get a good clear view yet. Look at this Choo Choo. Shroud actually has 7 elimination points on his own.
He's been moving and gunning all this while. Very proactive player. I'm loving it. He's the star player for ABG as well. But Thieves try to open up the space from the flank. But Remley shoots towards their flank as well. But Raimon's not taking the bait either. He's not overpeaking himself. Making sure he got himself safe and covered as the other teammates rank it, try to revive on side of Momboy. The kid will bleed out. Thieves showing no sign of him trying to jump over the other side. I'm not sure if he doesn't have any smoke or he's not willing to use it right now, but Raimon's slowly taking chips by chips to the side of APG, leaving them with only 2 men. PBE managed to reset himself. It's going to be 4v2.
Yeah, we're going to play to the final stage here, ladies and gentlemen. Now, both teams will definitely need to move, but who will make that first move? Looks like it's going to be Raimon's his vehicle with his buggy. He's going to get across at the same time. Shroud, the main fragger went down. That means Atif right now. How is he going to hold this? Looks like it's going to be APG going down. And their opponent gets the chicken dinner to end the night.
PBE finishing it strong with a whole chunk of chicken dinner. But do they have enough elimination scores? We do know for a fact there's 2 teams getting a double digit here. It's going to be 13... maybe 12, 13 to 11 or 13, somewhere like that. Including one of those teams is going to be APG and SKR. But PBE, do they have themselves that double digit to secure themselves in a more comfortable overall ranking to start their next day here with a bang? But so far, PBE have been very quiet. They've been caught quite a lot in the early matches, previous few rounds when it comes to day number 1. But they redeemed themselves by closing this game solid with that chicken dinner plus those elimination scores.
Oh yeah, PB. At least they end the night on a bang, on a high. At least they bring this to tomorrow. Hopefully that will help them with the momentum. And now PB, Momboy, this guy, I said it again and again. This guy is something else for PBE. He is the heart of PBE. He's always the last man standing. His frags may not show it, but his survivability is the key to PBE's rank points.
Yep, Momboy is not the main fragger like how Ranked does it, but Momboy is always the one who opened out the space and giving off a lot of information for the team as well. If it's not because of him, there's no way for them to actually rush in the first place. Now, I do want to know. I'm very curious how much APG actually offer when it comes to damage output, because so many elimination being stolen away by SKR side. Look how many utilities they dropped before the smoke to advance towards it.
Wow.
34.
Wow. 34. Well, at least their return is a 3rd place finish with a whole bunch of elimination points, which will tabulate the scores later on. But I must say this is good work from APG. This is at least something that I would expect for an APG, a team that's so experienced playing in the South Asia scene. But yeah, we had to see that again.
The audacity of Falcon to do that. Just not rushing into that person, so you're flying over here as well. But SKR is what a very Thanksgiving day for them. Keep stealing those eliminations. That's really smart play coming from SKR. They're willing to actually lose towards the blue zone just because they got themselves those elevations to work with, to see what's going on and see through what's happening across this field. That was a really smart move, even though they got lost in the blue zone. But 8 eliminations by PB due to they're a bit far compared to all the teams that are fighting each other just now. It was a 3-way war between YG, APG, and SKR. But SKR and APG, I mean, double digit for these two teams.
Yeah, and in fact, SKR has the same amount of points as PBE, and APG only 1 point different. So they've been doing a lot of work this round. Not gonna, I mean, we see a lot of action from them, but it's too bad for West Point again. They're back to a 2-pointer, so that means that it's probably going to be a significant change again for them in the overall rankings, considering the teams below them did well in this round. So, man, Mamba, where have you guys been? Or where are you guys now?
One more team that we should focus on is going to be the one that actually didn't gain any points. It's going to be KE. In Vipers, they are already at the bottom. They got themselves one good map early on in Erangel, but it kind of stops there. And I mean, like, at least it's really hard for them. I mean, like, we're not pro players as well, but to end the day with a 0 point, it's going to be really tough for them to start off day number 2. As long as they got themselves a right mindset, they have to reset their minds there to get a better play when it comes tomorrow. But when it comes to the points, so GE taking the number 1 spot with 88 points. That's a good number to start day number 2 tomorrow.
Oh yeah, good number. Well, if in Chinese, it's really auspicious to have such a number. I just put it out there. But we have yet to see a double chicken dinner in the grand finals. Like it's teams getting it, and 2 teams on the second page getting that chicken dinner. Still a lot more work to do, but if you kind of look at the gap with the amount of, we still have like 12 games, anything can still happen. I would still like, okay, G Falcon, BG, just think of the amount of games and the points that you can get, and you know, a miracle could happen.
I mean, I did mention earlier today about the maximum point for them to have to get in between is going to be just half of it. Like in this case, it's going to be 40. But if you're lower than that, it's really tough for them to actually play the catch-up game. Especially tomorrow, I mean, like, oh man, they have to really push things up. But for our season MVP race, still on the run, it's going to be Federales coming up from West Point, Mamba and Michi at second place. We still have Astro coming up from Moja and Monet squeezing at 4th place. Feels like the same faces again for our season MVP race. Nothing much change.
Yeah, frankly speaking, if West Point Mamba continues to perform like what we see today, it's very likely that the season MVP will also switch. Maybe like Austria Esports, they're not doing too bad. Like YG, they're kind of distant as well. So Astro X and Marnet could be the ones to overtake that. It will be quite a shame though, because Federales and Michi and the rest of West Point, they have always been there for most of the time. But like the great words of Steven Tyler, it doesn't matter how you start, it's how you finish. So it will be devastating if like you've been there for the longest time, but all of a sudden, you know, because of performance, it got let go.
Yeah, but especially we talked about West Point Mamba, right? I mean, like, I just gonna have to wait and see tomorrow how it will work out for them. But Michi and Federales is always the combo for side of West Point Mamba. So both of them actually getting themselves first, second place FMVP. It's really great. But speaking of West Point Mamba, I feel like they are the team that work as a team. But when they go down as a team as well. That's what you don't want to happen in this case. But for the other teams, there are still a lot of side that can actually polish. But one of the team that I'm looking forward to is going to be GE. It feels like they're very close to West Point Mamba performance. Yeah, Austria, they are ups and downs. But KE, the one that really surprises me. They've been very quiet when it comes to first day here.
Well, let's see if tomorrow there'll be any more surprises, ladies and gentlemen. I'm sure they will be. We'll be back again for day number 2. Same time, same channel. My name is together with the birthday girl Choo Choo. We'll see you again tomorrow. Bye bye.